enthused enough to turn up for her. Like I said, we did see anecdotal evidence of long queues in college towns.
Yes.
In Lay University, for example, in Pennsylvania, there were long queues of young people waiting to vote. Similarly, in the outskirts of Atlanta, we were seeing a lot of young people, young African Americans, waiting in long queues to vote. Does that translate into more battleground wins for Kamala Harris? That's going to be the critical factor. She's got a much more narrow path to 270. If she does not win North Carolina or Georgia, then all her eggs are in the three blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
Welcome!
But if she does manage to surprise everybody, right now she's leading in Ohio,
It's going to be the first time
no one quite
I cover
expects
the
her to
election.
win Ohio.
Maybe next time
Right
I
now
do
she's
with
leading
them.
in North Carolina.
Maybe next time I do
Would
with
be very,
them.
North
very
Carolina,
surprised
which
if she
has
wins
also
North
been a
Carolina.
Pure politics.
But these
Republican,
are
Politics today. Who loves politics? Oh yeah, who
well,
loves
Barack
politics?
Obama did win North Carolina.
Yes.
Both times,
Welcome in.
08
We're at
and
the
in
new
12,
house.
he
I'm
won
not
North
gonna show it
Carolina.
today, maybe.
Of course, Hillary Clinton lost
Maybe
that.
if we get a
and
thousand
Joe
gifted
Biden lost North Carolina.
on some Kaizen
But
ad.
remember, there is
Okay.
a huge presence of African-American voters.
We're going to
in
be
North
calling the
Carolina.
election
North
today. Everyone
Carolina
knows
was
that.
badly affected by Hurricane Helen.
What do we say?
Again, Trump did not really
You like the
cover
green
himself
screen?
in glory in
You like
all
the green
the sort of
screen?
mudslinging that he did. Excuse me, around Hurricane Helen and the government's
Look at this, we have
relief
beers,
efforts in
too.
Hurricane Helen. But be that as it may, again,
We have
I would be
beers.
very surprised
Look
if
at
a
this.
Democrat,
Oh
if Kamala
my,
Harris
oh
manages
my.
to win North Carolina. It wouldn't be
Look at
impossible.
this.
Like I
It's
said, Barack
almost
Obama
like
won it
I'm
both in
Hassan
08
Abi.
and in
I'm
12.
Hassan Abi.
But I would be
Wah, wah,
surprised
wah.
if
Look at
Kamala
this.
Harris wins North Carolina. What it does, though, is, and this is the important thing, if she
Okay, I'm
manages
calling
to
the
win North
election.
Carolina, she is
I
not
am calling
as
the election.
dependent then
And like
on
Adam Schefter, I get
Michigan
the
and
calls,
Wisconsin,
and then I make the calls,
or
okay?
even Pennsylvania for that matter. It opens
Okay.
up multiple paths for her to get to 270.
Let me
I
think
think
about
that
how
is
I do
the
this
important
again.
thing. If she does not win North Carolina or Georgia,
Breaking news, we have another monumental development. Sending it back to you in the studio sketch.
Thank you. Thank you, Wolf. Thanks for calling on me. And you heard it here first. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. Kamala Harris wins Alabama. Kamala Harris wins Alabama, ladies and gentlemen. Fireworks to start today. I don't know, who did we get that info from? 4155. Look at those numbers there. Look at those numbers there. We're calling to win. We called Alabama first. Get that graphic onto YouTube. Get that graphic going there. Okay, look at that. Harris wins Alabama. As you can see, she won Tuscaloosa. By a landslide. By a landslide. Thank you, Wolf, so much. Okay, and back to you.
when it comes to the cost of living crisis, when it comes to cost of housing, for example, finding good jobs. Today, college graduates are finding it harder
I called it.
to
I
find
called
good
the state
jobs and to
first.
start a new life.
You heard it.
Student
I
loan
called it
debt
first
is
here.
a huge problem. And somehow Trump has been able to speak to those concerns, to those angers and frustrations much more than Harris has been able to. Of course, Harris is beset by the fact that she's also the incumbent, or at least one half of the incumbent ticket, because she was vice president for the last 4 years. So she cannot denounce or distance herself from Joe Biden's policies.
What's up,
over
brother?
The last 4
Hey,
years.
how's it
I mean,
going?
the question that the Republican camp is always asking her is,
You like
if
how
she
they
has
yap
all of
a
these
lot here?
economic ideas and opportunity
What are we
economy that she
seeing?
keeps
No,
talking about,
I called
why
it.
didn't she do it
I called
in
it.
the last 4 years that she was in the
Wait
White
one
House,
sec.
that she was vice president? So therein, I think, lies a delicate balance for Kamala Harris.
For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent sketch.
Thank you, Wolf. Oh my! Look at this. The West Coast has already been called. The West Coast has already been called. 2 states that no one knew was going to happen. 2 states no one knew was going to happen, and Trump wins California in a landslide. Oh my! Oh my! Look at it. Look at the counties he won. He won, I don't know. Look at that. He won Yosemite there. He won Yosemite. That's all he needed. What is he? He needed Yosemite, and then after that, it was smooth sailing. Thank you so much, Wolf, for trusting me to call this. As you can see, what's it saying? 57% a win? Wow, 57%. It's almost like Kamala got 33% or 43%. Lots of numbers there. Lots of numbers there. Not much to do with them, though. Okay, thank you so much, and we're back to you. You see, Wolf, we're back to you there.
Right now seems to be on a pretty solid ground. Zaka, I wanted to understand from you, this entire election campaign in the United States has been full of twists and turns. Kamala Harris's very dramatic entrance and the shock exit of Joe Biden. But if we speak of Trump, I mean, he's a deeply polarizing figure, and yet he remains such a dominant force in American politics despite a string of indictments, criminal convictions, scams, and assassination attempts on him. What makes him so relevant in U.S. politics even after a good 9 years? I mean, he has, if I'm not mistaken, remained stable all year with an approval rating of 40% and above.
43%. That's told you, 43%.
Last election.
What did I say? It was 43%. Thank you.
Biden. He still
Thank you. I called 43%.
That is almost half the electorate. So there is a large number of people in America who are feeling disaffected by the system, who are feeling disaffected by the way things are working in America. They feel like it's only working for a certain class of people, the elites, the educated class,
Lights. What do you mean?
The professional class, and it's not working for people who are not that better off.
It's almost too much,
white, non-college educated, rural folks are feeling the pinch, and they have been for the last several years now. And they find in Trump a bit of a lightning rod, if you will, somebody who speaks to their concerns, addresses their problems.
Where's this guy at? Is he at some type of party here?
In Pennsylvania, in
Michigan,
Michigan, Wisconsin. Trump has the kind of resonance that a candidate...
I'm getting another call in.
I mean, frankly, I can't think of another candidate in the last 20 years who has spoken to that constituency like Trump has. He has assiduously
I'm getting another call.
cultivated...
For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Wolf. And you heard it here first. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. Guy Fieri has won South Dakota with a third-party write-in. With a third-party write-in. Look at all that green there. Look at all that green there. Can you trust him? He's also in run of mayor for Flavortown. Kind of dual wielding there. I don't know if it's legal, but neither does Guy Fieri. You know, I don't think too many buffets on the water there. Too many buffets on the water there. But so far, we have caught 3 states today. We have 3 candidates, and we caught a first third-party win. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Thank you so much. Okay, that's pretty sick. And watch this.
That might, end up proving costly in an election where for women, whether they are white, black, Hispanic, whether they are above 65, whether they are under 25, women are motivated in a way to turn up, and they have turned up in a way that we haven't seen for a number of elections.
Right there, that's my age range, 64 to 24
because of the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court verdict being overturned. Women feel like this is an existential vote for them, and they're turning up in huge numbers, and Trump just needed to say something to appeal to at least a cross-section of those women.
In the crowd
he did it, and I think it might prove to be the decider in this election.
Oh, absolutely, and especially voters who are concerned about protecting, abortion rights would clearly be throwing their weight behind Kamala Harris. Zaka, just kindly stay on with me. We also have this report sent in by Akanksha from New York. Let's just quickly take a look at that.
For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch.
Look at this. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. I'm calling this one too. I'm calling it early. You know, he ran it kind of like a dictator, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Guy Fieri announces and he's appointed mayor of Flavortown. You know what that is? It's kind of like Epstein Island, except in a lot more seasoning. A lot more seasoning. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you, Guy Fieri. Some people know him for his flavors. I know him for his girth. Okay? Okay, not like, okay. All right, that one's probably too far. Or not far enough. Hold, okay. Did I fuck that one up there? Back to the main.
The Democrats, if they were to enter the Oval House, or if Trump was to enter White House, they'll not be able to end the wars.
Well, the Democrats have been presiding over and prosecuting the war together with their client state of
Should we
Israel.
shotgun? You know what? I almost don't even like listening to them.
As Biden himself has said,
no, I don't even like listening
to
them. I like listening to myself. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the sub, CP Udro. Thank you for the sub. Look at this. We got a level 7 hype train. Do you think I should keep calling? Should I keep calling states? I love you, Jinxie. What do you mean you love Jinxie? I'm not Jinxie. You know, I'm skinny Jinxie. I'm skinny and smart Jinxie is what they're calling me. W stream so far. Look at this. Keep calling. We love it. I will keep calling it, okay? And you know, I am calling it. Going pretty far so far. Does anyone know what to do?
I'm guessing you.
How many viewers this? Where's this on at? 255,000. Holy shit!
Again, as I said,
holy shit!
Humanity needs a revolution. And
W Junko, Jinxie watching, Jinxie watching. Wait, oh my God, I'm getting another call.
Misogynist, fascist.
Oh my, I'm getting another call. Yes, sir. Okay. Oh.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates.
And you heard it here first. In other election-related news, Twitch streamer Jinxie has set the world record for highest paying OnlyFans subscriber, OF subscriber. He set the record. Look at that. That's my brother Jinxie there. He did a very great job. This isn't breaking news. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. My brother Jinxie. Look at him. He like suspended. Some say he's rich for no reason, but I say he's got an expensive girlfriend. No, I'm just kidding. Probably too far there. Love my brother Jinxie. Love my brother Jinxie. Thank you, Wolf, for cutting to me, and back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio.
Joining with one side of a criminal imperialist system that has been prosecuting all these war crimes, or a fascist who openly praises Hitler and basically wants to organize one of the largest deportations in history. This is Donald Trump. And so we're saying that no, there's not automatically.
Are they talking about? Are they getting political on here? Lots of politics here. He left. Are you kidding me? He left. Damn, I would suck on them toes. Who are you talking to here? We're calling the election here. Race for the White House. Race for the White House. What do you think they're yapping about?
The voting presently is underway. Sanjay, Americans are voting in record-setting numbers. The voting is underway in most of the states. What is it that you're hearing, and how close is this contest going to be? It has been a phenomenal election campaign full of twists and turns with the dramatic exit of Joe Biden and the entry of Kamala Harris. So over to you. Fill us in with all that you have for us.
CV, where is it
We're here at this Democrat Party watch.
Give me a second here. I'm getting closer.
At Rasa Restaurant, Washington,
getting closer.
DC, and we'll hear straight from the ones
it's
doing
pretty hot. This new room.
The campaigning very energetically for Kamala Harris, for the Democrats. So, Ranik, are you waiting for good news right around the corner?
Oh, I know we're going to have some good news. We are going to win this, and we're going to win it really big.
He said do it
right,
again?
No razor-thin edges for you.
Prove
Straight
it.
win.
Absolutely.
And Chintan, you've been leading this
Tell
Indian American Impact campaign. What do you see other than your expected optimism?
He's not back.
I think this is going to come down to.
He's not back. He refuses to enter.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia.
I don't know exactly where this is located, but it is seeming to aim at
either candidate to win.
It says CNN,
what we've been focused on as an organization is mobilizing the South Asian American vote. The Indian American, South Asian American vote is over 400,000 voters in these states. They have the ability to be the critical margin of victory. We know the results are going to be close.
Am I in the wrong CNN?
Win, but
what do
we
you
know
mean?
they're going to be close results. So our community is really going to be the marginal difference here in what happens tonight.
Right. Zorine, what gets you so excited about Kamala?
I think it's that she's a vote for women. I think it's a way to protect our right to abortion.
Whoa, 1 second here, 1 second here. Malfunction, malfunction. Everyone has one. Everyone has one. Look at this. Is this it? Are you shitting me? Which one's the best one to watch, ladies and gentlemen?
Implant Center has restored
Which one?
thousands of smiles, and we know the.
We'll be right back. What the fuck do you mean we'll be right back? You know what? And I'll never be back. I'll never be back. When's the next one? Where's the next one? You run ads on me, you don't get to see me again. Whoa, look at this. Lots of numbers being called, you see. You heard it here first. Here I am. My name is Sketch, and I'm calling the fourth state for the night. And it's an early call. It seems that the Dakotas have decided to rally against the two-party system. Look at that. Guy Fieri has won his second state here. He's got the two Dakotas. He's got two Dakotas locked up. And, you know, besides that, Kamala's got Alabama and Trump's got California. Look at this. Don't read what you see on the news, okay? Don't read what you see on the news. And there's even some... Look at this. Okay, I didn't put the... Yo, I did not put the... Yo, that is not... W100 gifted, what do you mean? Yo, Arwen, thank you for the 100 gifted, bro. Thank you, bro. I did not put the AAK. Okay, I didn't put any of these scrolling banners at the bottom here. Bro, I did not. Entrepreneur Face Banks announces 30-day Goonathon starting December 1st. And you heard it here first. You know, I leaked it. I leaked it. W100, bro. Arwen. W Arwen. Thank you, Arwen. You know, that's great. That is great. I would like to thank Arwen for the 100 gifted. And... you know, I'm here to make the call. I'll be here all night, and I will be drinking, okay? I am drinking. You know, I love it. I love it. Humble and hung is what they're calling me. You see how they colored theirs in. I'm just kidding. They didn't do as good as we did. Watch this. And thank you, Wolf. Back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio.
Told me.
Sorry. Look at this. You see this guy? He's got a hunchback. You know what I'm saying? He's got a hunchback. Pretty awesome there. Sketch 2024. No, but 2028. I will be eligible. And I will be active. I will be eligible and active, okay? Look at this, guys. He studies the map. I am studying the map, too. Can you see right here? Or maybe right here. You see, if Kamala or Trump wins this middle section here, it will be our next president, according to Pennsylvania. But according to my graph here, I'm also seeing Guy Fieri coming in at third place. You know, some guys have girth, and some guys... I don't know. Why am I saying girth? It's one of my favorite words, like gooning. I don't know. I said point in practice. Point in practice. It's okay. You ever called the news with a boner? I have. Look at this. It's okay. What is this? Is this a map of the United States, or is there a map of North Dakota? Or Pennsylvania? I don't know. I don't know much about Pennsylvania. Except for the Steelers, and Arkham Knight was shot there. You know, not many claims to fame there. Not many claims to fame there. Watch this. Name the most famous person that ever lived in Pittsburgh. Go. Exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. If you can't say it off the top of your tongue, you know, watch this. Name me one. Houston, Beyonce. Los Angeles, Kobe Bryant. New York, Jay-Z. Why aren't they talking? It's only me talking. But why are they only making me talk here? Mac Miller. Where's Mac Miller from? Oh, it's from Pittsburgh. That's right. R.I.P. I love Mac Miller. Do you love Mac Miller? If you don't love Mac Miller, fuck you. Sorry for cussing, but that's the motive here. You're seeing here, this guy is going to finger the screen, and so am I. Okay? What I'm seeing here. Okay, it's inverse for me. You see, if we just get these two right here, okay, and they vote, I don't know what I was gonna say there. I'm just practicing my pointing. Give me a break here. Watch this, inverse. I point here, it's going to be this way. Watch this. How many points does Kamala Harris have? 27.8%. 27.8%. When do we need to start drinking? What are you saying? Or Delco? What is Delco? Why is this guy not talking? They forcing me to watch on TV? I'm not watching TV. I'm not 90 years old, okay? I'm not 90 years old, okay? I don't know what to do. I just like to drink, okay? And my nose is starting to get it stuffed up. Muted. I'm not muted. It's impossible to be muted. Run it up, Sketchy. What do you mean run it up? Projected winner of Pennsylvania of Alabama. Oh, they called that wrong. I have Kamala winning Alabama. They called that wrong there. Might need a recount. Make yourself full screen. I'm not making myself full screen. Why don't you make yourself full screen, okay? And who the fuck tells your director what to do, okay? This is my show. This is my show, sir. And these guys aren't talking, so...
Trump won by 48,000. The key?
What?
Basically, Trump's Macomb number can't...
Yo, start talking, motherfucker! Sorry for cussing, but holy shit. This guy's got 145,000 viewers and he's not talking?
As a former cable TV engineer,
Who's this
I can
guy?
now finally share how you can watch unlimited
Who's this
channels
guy?
for
I vote for
free.
Sketch. You probably should.
Informed decision here.
I don't know who this guy is. Look at this. Midas touch. Let's see what Fox is saying. Let's see what Fox is saying. Look, FaZe Banks is in the run here. Are you kidding me? No audio? L audio. Everywhere I go. L audio. Holy cow. And this guy just fucking touches the screen. He doesn't even gotta talk, and he's got more viewers than me. But hey, NBC News has commentary. NBC News. Look at this, NBC. NBC. I'm going to call it here.
And the U.S. House
Who
here
the
in District 3 representing...
Are you shitting me? Can we get some talking here? Can we seriously get some fucking talking here? Are you shitting me? This is just a quad cam of nothing? Are you shitting me? Bro. CBS.
On these rural areas. So that's how you break down North Carolina, but it still evens out to a toss-up.
Want to show the estimate?
Show the estimates to that's just Mecklenburg. That's just Mecklenburg. But I do want to show you this too. Take a look at the ticket splitting in this, because this is important. So go to the ticket splitting, and here again we have a story in differences, because here's Harris's current number right? But you also saw Josh Stein win at 58%. And so at that point, he versus the 49% that we're getting for Harris right now, those differences telling you that some Republicans have gone over.
There's a Trump-Stein vote in North Carolina.
There's a bit of a Trump-Stein vote right there. Yeah, of course, that was a controversy.
Welcome back here. Thanks for calling to me, Wolf. Look at this. It appears that the election results have come in for Covington, Louisiana. Look at this. Louisiana re-elects Theo Vaughn despite economic decline. What to say? He ran at a $2 billion deficit. You know, he might have misused a little funds, but he's a fun guy. He's a fun guy, which we love him for. And for that reason, Theo Vaughn is going to be the mayor of Covington, Louisiana. W. Theo Vaughn there. Holy cow, thank you so much for cutting to me, Wolf. And I tell you what, look at that hair. That's a hair that I've only seen at a couple parades, you know what I'm saying? Look at that. Look at that, very sassy, very auntie there. I love Theo Vaughn's hair. You know, he gets it cut at a salon, not a barbershop, if you know what I'm saying. But he is going to be the next mayor, okay? It's time to juice things up, okay? We can't keep, okay? The things, what? As low as $19. Am I getting hit with an ad here? Am I getting hit with an ad here? What are you saying? Jinxie back. Jinxie back. Oh, wait!
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates.
I guess we'll run it back then. Oh, look at this. It looks like another headline is coming out. My good friend Jinxie has just broken a Guinness World Record, and he set the record. He's a top subscriber for the OF. You know, he loves to donate. He loves to give. He's a giver. I'm a lover, not a fighter, is what he says, okay? And some people give, some people take. Jinxie loves to give. And he loves to take. You know, if you subscribe to Jinxie, you'll get a 3-hour stream. You'll get a 3-hour stream. I love that. Look at my brother Jinxie here. You see that? Look at that. Been practicing. Been practicing. Right off the whip, I get farther away from than I thought. Which side is he on? It's okay, though. That's why I love Jinxie. That's why I love Jinxie. Thank you so much, Wolf. Back to you in the studio.
And Anthony, they were pointing that out. Vice President Harris has put at the center of her campaign the issue of women's reproductive health care. It doesn't necessarily, this would suggest, always break in her favor.
What do you mean he's bottom right?
And also what we saw here is for the very first time in this country, when reproductive health care has been put to the voters in a state, it hasn't expanded access. 7 times so far, we have seen referendums in states.
10 gifted, and I'll tell you Jinxie voted for.
10
gifted, I'll tell you Jinxie voted for.
Even in Ohio, even in Kansas, you saw.
Look at that, W politics, W Jinxie here.
Or at least to expand
Frozen.
access. And so perhaps this suggests that ticket splitting. You do have Republican men and women voting here that aren't necessarily going to just then follow on.
My bad. 10 gifted, and I will tell you who Jinxie voted for.
I do know. On the ballot in 2022, though, did they require a 60% threshold?
That's a great question. Yeah. This is different. This is a much higher benchmark to get to that 60% threshold, the supermajority. It's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting today, and I know you know all the details on this, and of course
we're
going to be checking. We just don't have the data to get to on Nevada and Arizona, those battleground states where there's also abortion measures.
Right. One final point on Florida. This is the state where Donald Trump is a resident. He cast a vote for this today, and he said he was going to vote no. So for the candidate who has, as Robert Costa pointed out, sort of changed publicly his position on what his view is on abortion. He went into the voting booth and he cast a vote. He said, no, which would mean he has effectively
what's up, little mama?
A 6-week restriction on access.
Hey, I'm here.
Interesting, Margaret Brennan, thank you. Exit poll
I'm
data,
over here.
I understand we've got some new information in.
We do. On this question of men and women voting, just to remind everyone, women since 1980 have tended to vote for the Democrat. Men have tended to vote for the Republican.
Look at this guy. He's trying to steal my
gap looks
spotlight.
like in this election.
Hey,
We've
buddy,
got
stop yapping
overall, in terms of share of the
and
vote,
get it back to me.
53% of the electorate is
W
women, according to
freestyle.
the emerging exit
What do you
polls,
mean W
47%
freestyle?
is
What do you
men.
mean
Okay, how are
freestyle?
they
I'm not
breaking up? Well,
freestyling.
Kamala Harris has 55% of women to Donald Trump's 43% of women. So she's ahead by 12 points. But just for historical reference,
Run a
in
poll
2020,
on
where the
who's
share
going to
was
win
a
the
little bit
election
lower,
in here.
52% of the electorate, Joe Biden had a 15
Run a poll, Trump or Kamala, on who you voted
so
for.
Joe
We'll
Biden,
see.
according
Let's
to
see
the
who
exit
wins.
polls at this moment, as we've been talking about their tentative, had a better lead with women than Kamala Harris has at the moment. Let's just talk about men briefly, if we must. Donald Trump is up 53-44. So he's up by 9 points. In 2020, Donald Trump won men with 8 points. So Donald Trump, now 8 and 9 is relatively basically even in terms of the exit polls, so you don't want to go too far on a single point gap. But essentially, Kamala Harris, based on these figures, is not doing as well as she needs to do to turn out the women's vote. If you'll tolerate a little bit more, let's look.
And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch.
Thank you, brother. And I love to call this one. Well, look at this. Breaking news, and you heard it here first. The state of Utah has voted yes on legalizing prostitution, psychedelics, and marijuana. You know what they say? They love to party there. Despite the rumor, they love to party. Look at this. Utah in a landslide vote. Some people are saying a lot of funding came from Post Malone. W. Post Malone there. W. Post Malone. Look at that. Someone change the headline. Post Malone gets not prostitution, weed legalized. You know, congratulations, Utah. Utah is the new Nevada. That's what they're calling it. BYU games are going to be a lot funner this year, okay? Look at that. And you heard it here first. I love when this happens, because it happens and it happens fast. You know, some people say, put your loves, put your passion on the ballot, and that's what we did here in Utah, okay? And what we're going to do today, okay? I think we should smoke a joint in celebration. In celebration, what do you say, Andy? Or Anderson? Andy or Anderson? I'll say whatever. Look at this. They're calling me humble and hung. I don't know. Can you believe that? Utah voted to legalize psychedelics. Whoa, are you seeing this? Whoa, some people might have started early. Look at this. You know who loves psychedelics? Jinxie. Jinxie and Aaron Rodgers. You know what they say? Jinxie, Aaron Rodgers, two similarities. That's the similarities there. They love to have fun. Lots of fun, especially in Utah. Thank you, Post Malone. Back to you in the studio, Wolf. Let's keep it rolling.
Numbers. Those are not comfortable numbers. The other one, if you look at white women, the hope was that she could win them nationally, given the abortion issue, given the fact that she would make history. Trump is winning what traditionally happens, 52% of them, based on this exit poll. So no measurable difference there either among women. Both of those would be real warning signs for the Harris
Lots
team.
of women, lots of ladies. Lots of women, lots of ladies.
In particular, would go into the booth and vote their values, vote their conscience.
And they may still.
And they kept saying, you don't have to tell anybody, it's your own private vote. And what we're seeing early on, that does not appear to be the case.
This is national. So we'll see whether in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, these numbers are more specific and different, but nationally at least, it doesn't look like there's been much movement and losses with Latinos.
Robert Costa, I understand you have some new reporting.
Yes, some new reporting. Former President Donald Trump, of course, has not addressed the country yet as he watches these results, but he has spoken in recent minutes, according to my sources inside the room at Mar-a-Lago, to members of his private club, and he has expressed confidence, especially as he looks at states like Georgia and the exit poll data. Though I've been talking to my sources in Georgia via text message in recent minutes, and they say they feel really good about turnout because the Republican Party this time around is unified, unlike it was in early 2021 when the Democrats were able to pick up 2 Senate seats. I just got a text message from Governor Brian Kemp. He said still too early to say where Georgia is going, but they are feeling good. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Representative Brendan Boyle, a key Democrat in Philadelphia, says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout among Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. Historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress, should he appear to be.
Breaking news, we have another monumental development. Sending it back to you in the studio sketch.
Look at this. Wow, we have some news in here. In shocking development, Puerto Rico appoints Tony Hinchcliffe as new waste management director. Wow, you know, it was a lot of heat to start the week and apparently cooled off. You know, apparently Puerto Rico can take a joke. I don't know, maybe too far. We'll find out on Twitter. Look at this. Not to get political, but this is politics, and I'm just calling things as they come in. Okay? I'm just calling things as they come in. Oh my. Back to the studio! Are you kidding me? Another fucking ad? Debbie subs!
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online
Thank you for the subs! Whoa!
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
Whoa! Thank you for the subs, bro!
There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting.
Look at this. And speaking of this, Prize Picks. I might as well run a Prize Picks ad here. Use Prize Picks. You download it and you use code Sketch. And next thing you know, you have lots of money. Lots of money when you do that, when you use code Sketch. I'm just kidding. That's not true. Is that false advertising?
When you wake up in the morning,
who knows? Who cares? You know what I'm saying? SEC. SEC. You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Look what I'm saying. Audit Jinxie. Audit Jinxie. Audit Jinxie. I'm just kidding. Here we go. I love watching the news. I love watching TV. I love walking outside. I love the taste of a joint on the first thing in the morning. You know what's good is a little puff pass on a little dew grass. You know what I'm saying? Walking around and your toes get a little wet, and you spark it up a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, this just feels kind of like an awkward spot to stand during some of this. Hey, okay. Oh shit. Hey, no! Can I show this? Oh my god! I'm getting a call from the studio. Breaking.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates.
Oh my god, and you heard it here first here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have news coming out of South Carolina. A man by the name of Duke Dennis has casted his vote as the oldest living American in the United States. History has been made today. And as you can see, he brought his good friend, his bald fella friend there, Kason. Look at that. History made in South Carolina today. That's what happens. Look at that. Can't believe I caught it first. Lots of cameras there. Do you notice who else is there? Look at that. Things are coming in and they're coming in fast. Okay, they got the guns off the camera. Thank you so much for coming here.
Let me show you why. In the state of West Virginia, it was a Democratic seat
And we're
for
back
years
here.
held by the retiring Senator Joe Manchin, West Virginia's governor, projected as the winner of that seat, so Democrats are now out of their margin for error. They're hoping to make some inroads maybe in one of the Republican-held U.S. Senate seats. But take a look at one of the ones they aspired to, Florida. CBS News projects Rick Scott, the one-time governor, is winning another term as a U.S. Senator from Florida. So where else do Democrats go? They'll look to Texas as a possibility. That would be
Texas,
another aspiration of theirs, far from a sure thing. And they have this murderer's row.
Murderers, bro, can you even say this shit on Twitch here? Bro, if it's on YouTube, it can be on Twitch. That's my personal rule. That is my personal rule there, okay? If it's on YouTube, it can be on Twitch. And if I get in trouble from YouTube, from Twitch, I blame YouTube, okay? I blame YouTube.
The military veteran.
I'm a nice guy. I blame YouTube,
There is some connective tissue here, Nora. All of those three-term Democratic incumbents.
I think I get a call every beer.
With Donald Trump on the ballot.
We have 24 beers, and we have 52
really
states.
Interesting. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Want to touch base with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
Quite a lot of
She is
fuzz
at Harris
here.
headquarters at Howard University in Washington. Nancy, I
Quite
know
a
you've
lot
been
of
talking
fuzz
to your
here.
sources inside the campaign.
Shotgun a beer sketch? I don't have keys on me. Actually, I do. Should I? Or should I do a house reveal?
Sound fine. They don't
I got some pretty crazy shit at this house. I got a Mr. Beast Feastables vending
full of
machine.
despair, and I think that that's a result of a couple of things. First of all, it's still early in the night. Lots of results still to come in. Second of all, this is, as expected, a very tight race.
Very tight.
The Harris campaign
Very
itself
tight.
was insisting for weeks that this was a margin of error race in all the battleground states, and it turns out they may be right.
What's
So it is
margin
a
of error
nail-biter.
mean?
As one White
What
House
is a
official
margin of
put it
error
to me a
state?
short
A
time
margin
ago,
of
nauseously
mistakes?
optimistic is the phrase of the day. Speaking of the White House, President Biden, remember him? He is there, taking in the results with family, with top aides. No word on whether he might join the vice president here at Howard University.
You know, I would tell you when I get a call in.
And just to give
Otherwise,
you,
I'm
a
here
little
and I'm
flavor, Nora,
spectating,
how
okay?
important
I'm spectating.
young voters in particular are to this campaign. You've talked a lot about those long lines on college campuses. Well, the campaign was prepared for
Look
that.
at that,
And so
long
today
lines
they
on college
dispatched Paul
campuses.
Rudd and other top
You know,
entertainers
I'll be
to
honest, I
entertain
couldn't
those
tell you.
students in
I couldn't
line,
tell
make
you.
sure they stayed in line.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And it's not only the Democrats that are encouraging
Did you vote
people
today?
to
Say
stay
yes or
in
no.
line.
Did you
Donald
vote today?
Trump
Say
just
yes or
a short
no.
time ago, also tweeting about the counties in
I voted
Pennsylvania
twice.
where voting has been
I voted
extended
twice.
and telling people to
Look at that,
stay
I voted
in
for
line
me and
vote.
for a
Let's
friend.
bring in CBS Morning's
I wrote
co-host
down
Tony
Jinx.
DeCopel.
Okay, I
He's
wrote
at
down
Trump
Jinx.
headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Look at that, you
And Tony, what are
gotta
hearing?
spread it out. You gotta spread your wings and fly, brother.
Well, the room has filled up considerably since we last checked in, and they are noticing what a lot of people are noticing at this hour. Big cheers when Florida was called by another network, and the Trump campaign is blowing up everyone's phone up here on the press riser with what they see as optimistic numbers with independents, with Latinos, and with black voters, and all of that adds up to the
Oh, a little
first
hard
bubbles of
there,
a sort of
brother. Come on.
champagne mood in the room
Double
here
A,
in
double
West
A.
Palm Beach. It is still early. They are still prepared for anything, but they're definitely starting to smile, definitely starting to sway. They're feeling good here at Trump headquarters.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. And when we come back, polls close in 15 more states.
In 15 more states? What the fuck? How long is this gonna take? I thought that's gonna be like a 30-minute stream here. I thought this was gonna be like a 30-minute stream here. What the hell's going on here? Come on, what the hell's going on here? Oh my God, another ad, and it's not my fault, okay?
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
What are you saying? Last election, it took weeks?
Have you told the government?
What do you mean, your last election? It took weeks.
Answering my question.
This really is that.
You mean this is gonna be a 24-hour stream?
That makes sense.
What's your response?
Did he get banned?
CBS News
What?
original 60 Minutes.
Sketch, do a backflip.
Streaming on Paramount Plus.
Minimum. Go to CNN. I have CNN. What's on CNN? Okay, I'm going to CNN.
Record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adult.
It's not. It's still not live though. See, it's only one here. It's only one. And I'm going to click on it.
We've got great news for
I'm sorry. I don't pay for ads. And neither should you. Neither should you. Never pay for ads. Look at that. Never pay for ads.
As much as you'd expect, but here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important, but I gotta say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if the Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because
you're telling me Joe Rogan was going to decide
others are
the fucking
talking more
election
about
here?
kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe
Trust
of
me, it's
Kamala
all about
Harris,
the
but it's
vibe.
not so
Just the vibe.
policy specific. But that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with
Arizona!
2 point something million
Maricopa.
voters.
Do you know where
ASU
Maricopa is? What do you
has
say?
74,000 students here,
Hey,
most of them voting age. So
listen
what we
here.
see here at Arizona is going to be very
Okay,
important.
if you motherfuckers start
All right,
bitching at
Gotti,
each
thank
other
you
about
so much.
politics.
Abortion on the ballot in
Okay.
Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have
no
a
one
call
gives a
here in the
shit.
state of Florida that
Okay.
abortion,
no one
would
gives a shit.
restore the constitutional right
You
to
want
an
to know
abortion there,
something?
but had
I'm
a
going to drop a little
60%
game on you.
threshold.
It's
It will
not
not
the
clear
laws
it,
that
so
are
amendment
passed, it's the
for
regulations,
right to abortion
okay?
will go down
You
in
know,
defeat. 86%
the
of
EPA,
the vote
the
in there.
FDA, those people affect your lives more than the federal government does.
I'm here to
Trust
say
me.
this. Okay, it was yes to
Trust me.
protect in Florida, but you are seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However, the other ballot initiatives were not this high
That's
of a
what I
threreshold
hear.
here, and I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same
Speaking
number.
of the
Right?
FDA.
It was 57, 58 in Ohio, 57,
Oh my
58
God,
in
I'm getting a
Kansas. I
call.
mean, I think we know
Oh,
what
oh,
the
no,
number
oh.
is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped
Yes,
this
sir.
would pass because now
Okay.
Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year,
Right.
they will have to face the
It's
vote on a
okay.
6-week
Well,
ban. And then suddenly that will sort
Look at this here. Look at this here. It seems we have an update on some regulations. Look at this. Queso, Twitch streamer out of Arkansas, has just been appointed head director of the FDA and vows to remove all regulations. Look at him. You know what they're saying? He says he will unravel everything Michelle Obama has ever worked for. You know what I'm saying? Healthy school lunches. Queso says no. Healthy anything. Queso says no. Look at him. He says you got to look at the bigger picture. And what you see here, that the bigger picture is in control now. Look at that. You see how I got that? You see that step there? That's a weatherman step. You see when you're watching the screen. When you're watching the screen. Wait, I'm getting another call. Yes, sir. Phantom. From AMP? And you're sure? Okay. You heard it here first. Look at this. Oh my God. It seems that Phantom had seconded this. Holy shit. Look at that. Phantom and Queso are now teaming up to remove all FDA regulations. Is that not amazing? Is that not amazing? Look at this. You know, some people say diet, some people say diabetes. And, you know, today diabetes wins. I'm just kidding. Not diabetes, diabetes. Diabetes. Look at that. Pronunciation is king here. Pronunciation is king here. And look at what I'm going to say here. Look what I'm going to say here. And with that, You ever see a picture of your friend, you say, holy shit. You say, holy shit, Queso! Holy shit, man, you're looking good today. You're looking good today. Damn it, it was farther than I thought, though. I thought it was closer. I thought it was closer. I thought I was rubbing his cheek there. I thought I was rubbing his cheek. I wish he was rubbing my cheek. Pause. Play. Pause. Play. I'm not the only one seeing the Queso thirst traps. I want one. Hey, I want one. Why does Queso get 50 a day? Otherwise, it's my For You page. Hey, I might have got cats out of the bag there. Look at that great looking guy there. My brother Queso removes all FDA regulations. Is that not great? Is that not the future? A great future. Look at this. Thank you so much, Queso. And thank you so much, Phantom. You know, sometimes I sit here and ponder. Sometimes I sit here and think. And I tell you what I think about today. I think about all the lunches that I missed from 8th to 12th grade, okay? I used to have Cheezos. I used to have Papa John's. Hey, not that Papa John's, the other Papa John's, okay? Well, look at that. And I'm going to be the first one to call it. There is going to be a ballot one day with Papa John's and Jimmy John's. You know, on the same ballot. Think about that, Papa John's and Jimmy John's. Look at that. Oh, yeah, I love that there. Look at my brother Case. So pretty. Am I getting close to him? That's the barrier. I can't get any closer than this, huh? Look at that. They say calling the news is easy. I say it's hard. Some people say it's easy. I say it's hard. Look at this. Wow.
Right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties.
And you know what he said?
Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in.
He said, I love
Harris
you.
Slightly overperforming
He says, I love
where Biden
Atlanta.
was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county.
Look at this.
We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County would kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%.
No one really
Look at where
wants
Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here. 81-80, and then in Union, 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks, too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight,
Look at
Trump
the history
is up.
here.
He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign
All
for
right,
him.
bros.
Let me see if
This
Peach
one's
County
for
is in.
America.
Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties.
This
Not
one's
a whole
for
lot of voters,
America,
but it
and
usually
our next
sort of
president,
picks the
Guy
winner.
Fieri.
We like to watch it as
Guy
we go
Fieri,
around.
look at this. He's already got 2 states, and he's rolling.
This is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching, too, to see if Trump could make inroads with black
3,
voters
2, 1.
here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. Would you have in North Carolina? I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah, let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. 6% in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in over here in Orange County. This is UNC, Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks, Democrats are going to love that news. But there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that, I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. 6 polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan, and I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of point-counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan andWisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters, so than she was relative to 2020.
I'm not
so
drunk.
Some
I'm
interesting
drinking,
dynamics at play here.
And I'm on my way to getting drunk, all right?
In Arizona, on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain.
There's a difference between parking and parked, okay?
He may be in ground zero of the very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters.
Drinking and drunk is two different things, okay?
Worked very hard to turn out.
And I need you to start learning it, okay?
Some of them
I'm not going to sit here and teach you all day. I'm already giving you a free show.
I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election.
Fuck Jinxie.
And that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. Remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration, and who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
Well, look at this! Oh my God, there's a graphic on my screen, and I don't know how it got there. Look at this. For the second day in a row, Jinxie breaks a record. Oh my God, I love Jinxie. Oh my God, I love Jinxie. That was so cool. Thank you so much. And back to the studio. Boom. Watch that. You see how I do that? It's like I'm in a newsroom, and then it's like I'm not. I'm like freaking Kai Cenat here. Look at this. This looks like Times Square.
There's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young young voters.
Young
than
men.
Any
1 in
other
10 men? Yo,
and then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following these ballot referenda, including the abortion measure that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get there, 57%, so it went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old, and obviously it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there, and we are still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry
Jinxie,
the
VIP
ballot
me?
initiatives
Don't be
and
yelling
those
at
things, even
Jinxie.
if the former president is going to
And
win.
I'm not
We've
Jinxie.
Seen
I'm
these
sketch.
ballot measures,
I'm humble and
pro-abortion
hung,
ballot
and I'm
measures,
handsome.
even in very
Triple
red
H, they
states,
call me.
pass and sometimes pass
Triple
with
H, they
56,
call me. You want to know 2
57%
things
of the
I
vote,
know?
which, by the way, is what they got in
Okay.
Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the
There's 2
electorate if these
things you
exit
can't
polls
escape.
bear
That's
out
death
to
in
what we see right
Texas
now into how
and-
people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago.
Me on your
I
For
would
You
suspect
page.
it is
For You
largely or
page.
entirely
Fuck
probably
you.
because of the overturn
Sorry
of
for
Roe
cussing.
versus Wade. In
All right,
2020,
I'm starting to feel a little bit of the
51% of people
Michelob.
felt that
Look at
abortion
this.
should be
It's
legal in
okay.
all or most cases.
It's good
You know
when
what
your
it
nose
now?
is numb.
66%. That is
My
a
nose isn't
significant
numb. My
jump.
feet are feeling a little
just
weird.
quickly interrupt and go
I
back
don't know
to
if
a
I'm
second.
drunk or
I
having a
believe we
heart
have
attack. Let me
call to
see.
make, and this is in the state of Mississippi. NBC News
Mississippi!
now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi. There is the breakdown right
Look
now,
at that.
21,000
If you can spell Mississippi,
difference,
I'll give you
10% in,
$1,000.
But again, Donald Trump, the projected
First person
winner
to spell
in
Mississippi in the
Here's
chat
map.
gets
Here's where it leaves us, the
$1,000.
road to 270. Donald Trump well out in front with 160.
Okay, ICW Mississippi.
Kamala Harris now with 30.
Let's expand the
And there's a guy
conversation.
that
Simone
spelled
Sanders
Mississippi wrong.
Townsend, former spokesperson
Okay, ban the guy
to
that spelled
Kamala
Mississippi
Harris.
wrong.
I wonder what you're seeing in
Ban
these
him.
numbers. I assume you have good sources inside the campaign. What are you hearing?
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground, they're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In,
Oh my God, if I hear
Wisconsin,
another
for example, in the
college
3rd
campus
congressional
thing,
district, there are
dude,
2 large
this
college
is like,
campuses in that state. And
Sunday
as
when
one
you wake up
individual
at
in
7
Wisconsin
a.m.
told
and
me
you
that
turn
they
to
could
ESPN,
flip a House district
and it's like
seat.
the same
In
segment for an
Philadelphia,
hour,
the turnout
and then they just rewash it every hour. This is what it feels like right now.
From in Baltimore,
Come on,
DC,
give us some
New York,
action
there were
shots
buses
here.
that left early this
Come on, I
morning.
want to see the people. I want to
Strategists,
see the people.
organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in
this.
the
Lots of
Philadelphia
computers
area,
here.
and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were
Temple?
so long, people
Where
were
the hell is
standing in lines
Temple
for
at?
3 hours. College campus, they had
Is
to add
Temple in
more
Philadelphia?
voting machines. They
I
were
never
not
knew that.
expecting that. Democrats, particularly in
What?
Pennsylvania,
Jared
so they're
Goff. Jared
encouraged by what I'm
Goff.
told
What does
by
Jared
the
Goff
raw
have to do with
data,
it?
emphasis on the raw data they're seeing.
And
So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Yeah, Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now, looking at it from the other end of the glass?
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in
Yes,
line.
sir.
So the organizers are out there with the phones saying,
Yes, sir.
hey, so-and-so is on the line. There are concerts actually happening.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates. For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch.
Thank you so much, Wolf. Oh my, and you're hearing it first here. You're hearing it first. Wow, Kai Cenat announces a new guest on his stream for Mafia-thon 2. And it's Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I love Jesus Christ. I'll tell you, I love Jesus Christ in here. Look at this. And they're saying it's the second time he's been here. Okay, and he's gonna be here for a while. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, and I think he's gonna get it done. I've seen him do things I haven't seen before. And this one is up there. I don't know. He has some pretty crazy streams planned. Who the hell's his agent? Okay, that's no pun intended on hell, okay? No pun intended there. Look at that. Repent. Repent. Look at this. Here we go. Oh my. You know, I don't make these headlines. I just report on them. And I have a hell of an editor, okay? And a cameraman. Not that cameraman, but a cameraman. And I don't know. But yeah, that's the second time I've seen. This is the first time you're seeing this one. First time you're seeing this one. And I can get used to breaking news. Okay? I really could get used to breaking news here. And you hear it. This is election night. And you're hearing it from Sketch. Okay? You're hearing it from me. Okay? Not no one else. I should walk around on the street and start interviewing people. But this is what's going to happen. And this is what's happening. And that's W leak there. W leak there. Thank you so much. Back to you, Wolf.
And that's not all.
Feel here right now, they're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign,
data points.
Individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. I'll punctuate a thought that Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV,
don't time anyone out unless
all the
they're
way
saying
to
slurs.
a series of separate campuses.
Okay, if they spam the same thing, we'll just have to overtake them, okay?
One of them that they named
if you see
Lehigh,
something
Lafayette,
spammed,
elsewhere
respond
in the
to
state
something
as well.
spammed against it,
about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you were already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now. FaceTiming in Jennifer Gardner and Demi Moore, among others, to keep those folks in line.
All right, Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line. They can.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there.
What
We've
the
got a
fuck is
race
going
to call
on here?
Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the
Another
vote
state
counted,
card
again,
here, ladies and
the margin
gentlemen.
expected to be rather large.
Kamala
So here's the map for
Alabama.
those watching at
Trump
home. The
has
South, of course, reliably red
Louisiana.
for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is
that
far
North and
out
South
in
Dakota?
front, but we await those
How the
key
fuck did they
battleground
come in
states, and I
so
think we've got
fast?
Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote
Who do you
is
think's
in.
gonna win the
Trump
vote?
is on top
Who do you
by
think's gonna
about
win the election? Let's run a poll
266,000
in
votes.
here.
I want you to remember that
Let's run a
number.
poll in
Write
here.
it down if you can. I know it's
Okay.
kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to
Sketch.
highlight that
W
difference
Sketch,
because
look at them
when we punch up
against all
Ohio
odds, we
here,
fight back
so
here.
that's the spread.
Fight
287
back!
just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know I love going to
Come
this.
on,
The
we
remaining
gotta
vote that's
fight the
there.
comments here.
Again, here's the issue. The remaining
Look at
votes
this.
in the
All the Lions
Democratic
fans,
counties
all
like
10 of
Franklin,
them.
which is Columbus,
You know
Cuyahoga,
what they are? They're
Cleveland.
like
Look at the
part-time,
numbers here. In
they're
Cuyahoga,
part-time,
look how
what do you
many
call it?
votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by
motherfuckers, we're not Lions
71%.
fans.
Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4
Besides
years
Matthew
ago.
Stafford, name a Lions quarterback.
66%. So she's overperforming in
Name a Lions
Cuyahoga, and there's still a
quarterback
lot of that
Matthew
vote
Stafford.
that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County.
And for that
It holds
reason,
the capital of
fuck
Ohio,
you.
Columbus.
Sorry for cussing.
68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those 2 counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
What the heck's going on? I'll be honest.
Versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent.
I know exactly
what are you
what's
seeing?
going on.
Yeah, so look at this. Neck and neck,
If you
the
stay
difference
in
here,
here,
only
you'll be more informed than
74,000. So
anyone
what does
else
that
on
mean?
the
That means the
internet.
Republican in this
Okay,
race
because
is
I know what's going on.
underperforming Trump. There could could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down, but again, remember what I told you, there's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted.
I'll be honest, every time that someone said something about Rhode Island,
here's where the breakdown is 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in, but again,
actually,
Kamala
run a
Harris
poll.
the projected winner there.
Run
Let's
a poll
pull up
here.
the map, the road to 270.
Do you know
that brings
anyone in
Harris
Rhode
down to
Island? Run a poll
34
and yes or
electoral
no.
votes.
Run a poll.
Donald Trump still well out
Put
in
yes
front
or no
with
in the chat, too,
168.
if you know anyone from
Remember,
Rhode Island.
270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
Me? You know, I might do we should do a prize of all around being from Rhode Island. Yo, this is a good feed here. You like the beat here. You like the beat here. You feel it in the waist. Then you feel it in the knees. And then you keep rolling. You have no option but to keep rolling. That's why I live over here on a hill. I live on a hill now, because I like to roll. Should I do a house reveal? Or no? Or should I do a Lamborghini reveal or no? You know, I'm starting to feel like Agent. I'll tell you about my car. My brother Agent. What are you saying? Telephone. Oh, telephone. Jinxie calling. Yo. How's it going? Lots of Michelob. Lots of Michelob. 10 gifted for Jinxie's phone number. I'll give you the last
NBC
four.
News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
I'll be honest, I had a lot to do today.
For social media to be a safer place.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
I was pretty busy.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
You like it? Did you see the Duke Phoenix one?
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270. You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that haven't been called. Virginia, our characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We were speaking that a moment ago. 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground. Nonetheless,
I'm in right now. What do you mean?
Too early to call right now.
I'm not sauced.
Also, Colorado,
I'm a little up there.
Too early to call. Kamala Harris.
I feel like I'm in a Big Sean concert right now.
In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call.
You ever been to a Kamala Harris rally? It's like fucking Rolling Loud now.
Give us a little more breakdown on the pass to 270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yeah, still very early so far.
If you want to go to a free country concert, go to a Trump rally. If you want to go to,
We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the Vice President, and still so many states right there in the middle. And still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. well. Let's remind you and walk you through the
Hawaii
path that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris.
But it is.
We'll click her in here, get to 2024.
Never been to Hawaii or Alaska.
How the states voted in 2020 and in the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada. Once again, she gets there as well. That path, though, would give Democrats hard competitions. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania.
The east side right here. If he just touches this guy,
he holds North Carolina,
and
he flips Georgia back, he gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he holds North Carolina, holds Georgia,
this guy's
he can
sending a
win any
fucking
of these 2
paragraph.
out west, either Nevada or Arizona. Put him over
Lions,
the top.
go Lions. You think I give a shit about the Lions? You know what I give a shit about?
He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us.
And
but
I give a
every
shit
state
about,
sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will.
That's what I do
and that's
now.
one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes.
I am sorry.
Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest
Pennsylvania has
battleground
19. How many people live in Pennsylvania?
And part of why we're watching
I'll be honest,
states
Pennsylvania
like Ohio, so closely,
is
like
a
North
bottom
Carolina
20
as well,
state.
particularly in the
It's a
suburbs,
bottom 20
is
state.
to test how those counties
I can name 30 states I'd go to before Pennsylvania.
Might go. Remember,
unfortunately,
President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County
area,
but because
is that a W
he was
or L
able to
take?
really drive up the vote among white working-class voters in those collar counties. One more point, just to mention, as we watch all of these returns come in.
What?
When President Biden was at the top of the ticket,
bro,
a state
I turn
like
on
North
any of the
Carolina
newscasts,
was out of
and one
reach
of you
for
start
Democrats.
complaining
The
like
fact
it's some
that we're
type of
talking
fucking
about it
political
right now, the
take.
fact that there's been
Okay,
so
I'm not
much play in
political.
North
I'm not a
Carolina that former
politician.
President Trump spent so much time there.
But next year
in
I will
recent
be,
days
okay? And
underscores
right
the
now
fact
I will
that they have
announce that I'm
tried
running
to
for
open
president in
up more paths,
2028.
and we'll have to
And
see
I
if
will
that was
do
effective.
everything that I say I will do.
We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote.
Anarchy!
In Detroit and
Anarchy!
and
That's
parts
what I say.
Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well,
Okay,
listen,
and I'm
it's going to
running
be
with-
something that matters, right? Because we saw that
I don't know,
committed
Sean
vote, there's
O'Malley.
an Arab American population
You know,
in
I
largely
want
Wayne
someone,
County. It's
you
only
know,
about
that has
2% of the
experience with
population, but
fentanyl.
it could be potentially significant
Okay,
here.
how are we
You
gonna
saw Vice
stop it
President
if we
Harris,
don't know
as
how to
she was
use
on the
it?
campaign
That's what I
trail just in
say.
the
We
last
can't
few days
stop
here,
what we don't know how to
begin
use.
her rally speech, one
Okay.
of them in Michigan, by referencing, of
Look
course,
at that.
Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically
I don't
start
know.
off her
Lots of
campaign
beers.
speeches, her stump speech that
But she's
way.
been
Lots
tackled
of
at times.
beers.
That's right.
And
She
lots
has
of booze here.
again and again. She has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, "You have a right to be heard. So do I." And I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place. It's going to be critical for her. As Tom just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy.
You
this
follow me in
ominous
your
shadow
stream
hanging
and you
over
have
America,
face cam
and
on,
shifting
I
away
do
from
rage
saying
you.
his name at all, calling
You
him
don't have
the
to follow
other
me.
guy,
But if you have
trying
to
make him
have
seem
face cam on.
small,
If you don't have face cam on,
unserious,
I won't
Lester.
rage you.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one. The state of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York will, Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out.
Where the fuck are the editors? We're getting beat
there
now.
you see the vote difference, 845,000.
Okay, we can't get beat to the punch.
33% in. Here's the map to show us where we are on that
Oh my
road
God.
to
Okay, we'll just
270.
have to run it
That
back then.
puts
Okay.
Donald Trump out front.
Oh my,
with
I gotta get a
160.
call.
For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wolf, and I'm here to announce the same state, the same person, but I would like to not be the first but the second person to announce this one. Trump wins California, and what you can see is multiple colors here. multiple colors and multiple different types of polygons. You have different colors and different polygons, and at the end of the day, what you got to think about is that, oh my God, I'm getting another call. Mr. Wolf, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sirski.
And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch.
Oh my God, and we have something. NBC called it wrong! NBC called it wrong, and I'm here to autocorrect. Kamala Harris is winning Alabama, and what you can see is an improper fraction. Look at the improper fraction up here. Actually, it's a proper fraction. 41 over 52. What's that go to? What's that go to? Anyone that can get that reduce that fraction all the way down gets a gifted sub. Okay, and I cannot promise anything. Okay, I cannot promise anything. I am technically under the influence. Okay, and that's why I travel by feet most of the time. Okay, I'm like World of T-shirts. Okay, travel by feet and love to booze. Look at that. Okay, thank you for the 10 bits. You cheap motherfucker. Send 100 and you can put it on the screen. Sorry for cussing, and I didn't mean to call you cheap. But I did mean to call you out. You know, accountability is the first step in love, because the only way to love me is to trust me. If you don't trust me, you can't fuck me. Look at that. That's what I say to all the strippers. I'm just kidding. They're not strippers. They're called ladies of the night. Okay? And I'm good at finding them. I'm good at finding them, and they're good at finding me. Look at that. It's okay. It's okay. And back to the election, I think Wolf is saying something.
Way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30%.
And they said it was going to take multiple days?
North Carolina,
okay, I'm at the main. Here we go. I'm sorry. I'm not good at touching buttons.
And staying down south.
I'm getting better.
In the Sunbelt state of Georgia.
I'm getting better at touching the buttons,
4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road
Georgia.
to 270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are.
168 to 62? This looks like a WNBA basketball score. What the hell's going on?
From the candidates when they're doing the same thing we are, essentially. Pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, you know, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 79,000
Oh my God,
voters.
Wolf's calling me.
You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Oh my God, Wolf is calling me.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates.
Thank you so much, Wolf. Oh my, it looks like we have something coming in, and it's of major proportion. It's of major proportion, and I accidentally didn't press the button at the right time, but it's coming in. We have news coming out of California. The FBI has raided Jake Paul's house, and they have charged him with elder abuse. Okay, they've charged him with elder abuse, and things are happening. Things are developing. This is a lot like the P. Diddy situation. You're going to hear about it one day, and you will never hear about it again, okay? He's getting charged with elder abuse. Look at him. He's a great guy. Look at that. Nothing like fighting a 60-year-old. Am I right here? It's okay. The guy that I fight, I want him to be 72, and you know what? Jake Paul, the next guy he fights is probably going to be a presidential campaign candidate or some shit. I don't know. He loves fighting old people. He might as well just go fucking fight politicians. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm just kidding. I love you, Jake Paul. I love you, Jake Paul. It's okay, but getting charged with elder abuse, that's on you. Not on me, okay? I love Mike Tyson. I love Mike Tyson. Bam, we got the clip. Look at this. Sir, we got the clip off. Sir, we got the clip off. It's okay. Look at that. Ain't shit fake here. Ain't shit fake here. You see what I'm saying? Entrepreneur FaZe Banks announced 30-day goon subathon. New York legalizes drinking and driving. Bronny James released from Lakers and amid. Whoa, bro! I did not put that there. That was Reggie. God damn it, Reggie! Holy shit! I want to collab with Bronny James and the Lakers. Are you shitting me, bro? Reggie, are you kidding me, bro? Chill. Oh my God. Oh, there we go. Good luck getting a fucking Nike sponsor now. Holy shit. Oh my God. All I wanted was free Monarchs, and now we're gonna have a fight with the freaking James, bro. Okay, I love Bronny James. They didn't release him, and I don't agree with that statement. I love LeBron. I love Bronny. Rumored lovers, all three of us. Okay, that was awesome. Thank you so much for... That's considered sabotage. That's considered sabotage.
Watch these states come in. The battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided,
right
as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question. Are we judging a president, or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely, and the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
A challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate, and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate, and then he wasn't.
It's Mario.
But do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing?
I love you. You love
to
me.
how
We're
he
rumored
may
lovers.
have
Okay?
performed. I mean,
We're
it's a
rumored lovers.
hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked.
Okay,
She is at
I'll be
something
honest.
like, I want to say 48%.
What is an exit poll?
So she is, or 49%.
Okay,
she's
'cause
outpacing
I'm
both
hearing
Joe
a lot
Biden
of them.
and
What do you
Donald
call
Trump
it?
were.
They
But
call it
Savannah, I'm
word
so glad you brought this
jambalaya.
up. We called
Word
Delaware like
jambalaya,
an
baby.
hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state, and it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket. But she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she does not distance herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him.
Well, the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
What's Richardson doing there? I didn't know he worked for CNN.
Her entire campaign, including in her interview with Hallie, has been asked over and over again, how will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something
for the love of the game, we're going to have to find a new one. They're just yapping.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated
Where is CNN, bro?
Add products.
I literally made all this stuff for CNN, and then they don't go live. They refuse to go live. Okay, I'm gonna have to get the most popular one, and it's this one.
We'll pick up some more numbers.
Hey, you know what? I was the wrong one.
Steam. So they are continuing to watch and wait these returns as they come in.
Nicole Killian with that.
There she is. Now we're back on the main crew.
Georgia.
Congrats with another 10, bro.
News contributor Ed
Thank you,
Gordon,
bro.
who's at the Harris campaign
For that, I will chug.
at Howard University
For that, I will chug.
in Washington, D.C. And Ed, I know it's still loud there as many people are celebrating and waiting to potentially hear from the vice president. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Nora. It is a celebratory mood here in Washington, D.C. on Howard's campus. Every time the announcement comes of a state won by Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And, of course, when Donald Trump, in fact, wins a state or projected to win a state, there are boos. But we should note what we've been hearing throughout, and as we've been saying all along, it is really down to those crucial states. At the early part of the evening, it seemed, and I talked to the National Urban League.
How long does this shit take, bro? Holy shit.
They were all excited about the turnout.
I did not know this was going to be a long stream.
Some of those states didn't hit the
drank like it was going to be shorter. Okay, I drank like it was going to be shorter.
Percentage points, and so
whoever wins the Worlds is going to go crazy.
In Detroit,
thank you for the sub, bro.
And in Philadelphia,
who is that? Tampa.
Concerned that it
Tampa.
Been a little softer.
It's simply thanks for the prime subs.
As you all have been saying all evening long, still
W24-hour stream. Should we?
To see some of those polls
I could do a 24-hour stream.
Much longer than they were supposed to, based on a bomb threat in the Atlanta area, and one poll opening late in Georgia as well. So they've kept that open. So we will just have to wait and see how.
Thank you for the sub, bro. Look at this. Jinxie is watching.
It will have.
You know what Jinxie is watching?
Ed Gordon,
you know, he's watching a lot more than me.
Just take everybody
he's got 8 screens in there, and it's 8 different ladies.
Those 7 battlegrounds
I'm just kidding.
that we have
Probably
been
2-4.
watching so
Some people are saying not far enough.
And if we could just start with, you know, Georgia and North Carolina.
Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Oh my God. Wait 1 second here.
Let's start first with the blue wall, if you will.
Yes, sir.
These are the states that the Democratic Party believes if they win all 3 of them, and the numbers show Kamala Harris would become the next president of the United States.
That sounds great.
At this hour, CBS News rates all 3 of those as toss-up.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates.
Oh my God, look at this. Look at, sorry. After record sales in Q3 of 2024, the weight loss drug Ozempic appoints a new CEO to their top subscriber, user, and model. Our friend Lacey, W-Phase Lacey. Look at it. Oh my, Lacey. You know, some people say it's a cheat code, but you know, I say if you're not trying, then you don't really want it. Look at him. You know, a couple pokes, and he's a different man. Hey, me too. No pun intended there. I'm just kidding. Probably too far. Hey, look at that. That one went over your head. Look at that. Thank you for the 5 gifted. It's okay, but if you know what I mean. Okay, cat's out of the bag. I gave it away. Lacey is on Ozempic, and he is the CEO of Ozempic. He highly endorses this message, and he paid me to post this. Great guy. And you know, I love him. I love him. You know, if you're gonna use a needle, I'd rather be Ozempic, you know, probably than crystal meth. Okay? Boom. Look at that W trade-off here. You know, it could have been Walter White, but he went for Walter weight loss. Look at that. You know what? You know how Lacey lost the weight? It was Ozempic and Lunchables. He literally ate like a third grader. His shit came out in neon colors. You know, and I don't know because he told me. I know because I saw it. Okay? It looked like a Monster Energy drink. I'm not kidding. When Lacey shits and pees, it looks like Monster Energy. Look at that W promo there too. Yo, why is it? How far are we behind?
Right now, the 3-term incumbent Sherrod Brown is trailing. Really could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend. Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Ohio is the next one up. The one we are watching
crazy. What does crunk mean?
As the results continue to pour.
Really important information. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Ed O'Keefe is also with us and covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate and that Texas race that I think a lot of people are interested in. Looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there, so that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines
thanks for the
of college
10
kids in
Zane!
Pennsylvania and other places. There are long
Bro,
lines. Apparently
W. Zane up in the
still.
chat.
UNC Charlotte,
Come
UNC
on.
Wilmington, where they're telling students to
Thanks
stay
for the
in
10
line.
gifted,
Long
bro.
lines at the University of Michigan, so around Ann Arbor tonight.
They love to share,
Why
and they love to
think
care,
they're doing okay.
and so do I. You know, I believe in TLC. Okay,
suburban voters for Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still a very early night.
I circle things I love. Okay.
Thank you. And ahead, we'll talk
TLC. You know what that means? Tender love and care. Tender love and
CBS
care.
America Decides Election 2024 returns in just a moment.
You know, TLC. You know, TLC is the original Mr. Based. Okay, it really is if you look at it. You know, love that for them.
Election maps, push alerts on major races. Plus,
if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
Get the free CBS News app now.
Much love sketch. W. Nicholas Stewart. Jinxie the Stinksy. Jinxie's fat. Okay, Jinxie's skinny fat, which is not the same.
I had progressively fallen.
Okay, I thought that was a bomb warning or something. What the hell was that?
The risk is the rush. What do you think?
Well, who puts a buzzer on there? They want some attention now.
There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
It's a lie! I'm just kidding. What are they talking about now?
That means until all your money is gone.
And that ad was, I don't know who sponsored that ad. What's going on?
Your go-to team.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
Oh, what's up with a Gert check?
Coffee with my two good friends. And we
Here we go.
Your morning routine just got better.
Oh, that probably looks weird.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast.
What are you saying? Gambling at W?
Real justice.
Sketch, are you zooted right now? You know, I'm not zooted.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple.
I'm zooted off them dollar bills, bro. You know what I'm saying? I got addiction to that cash and a little bit of that ass. Look at that. Cash and ass. Cash and ass.
The people of Haiti
look at that.
Down
poverty, look at that. Look at me. Look at us three.
Disasters.
Okay. Wait. Oh, no!
Of the gun.
No! Come on! How do I? No!
With an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
No guns! No guns!
Haiti is on the brink.
No guns! Okay, look at this. Okay, breaking to a new segment. Thank you so much, Wolf. Thank you so much, Wolf. Oldest living member, oldest living voter, Duke Denise, Duke Denise of South Carolina votes. He cast his vote, okay? He cast his vote, and he's the oldest person in the States to do it. Look at that. Okay, let me get this right here.
We'll see you.
Look at that. If it's on YouTube, then it's on everything. Don't blame me. Blame NBC, okay? Ban NBC. No, not like that, okay? They're gonna take me the wrong way for that. I don't like politics for that reason. Oldest living person, Duke Denise of South Carolina, makes his vote. Look at that. Is that not a great picture? Is that not a great picture? And you see, he brought a friend with him from FaZe. Look at him. Love the jawline. W jawline there. What's up, bro? Okay, that was so awesome. Thank you so much. We're back to the main. You see what happens there?
To find him
quick decisions.
11,780 votes to try and overturn the 2020 election results. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. Will Georgia break a record? Good evening to you. Will Georgia break a record tonight?
Well, we already did. First of all, we had 5.2 million people vote in Georgia, which is a new record. We also had 4 million people show up to vote.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Process, which is another record. What I've shown, I've led Georgia so that we would have safe, secure, fast elections here in Georgia.
Look at that. They're gaming there.
Country.
What type of PC setups are those?
Well, congratulations on that and
holy
that
cow.
Huge turnout in the state of
Finally,
Georgia.
we got some footage of the people.
Quite hard. When do you expect the votes to be counted?
Well, right now we've already listed probably close to 80%. We have 4 million of the 5.2 million are already listed up there, and you can take a look at where we are county by.
Oh my God, did we just hit an ad? Mods, run an ad too. Double down on them. Double down on them. I'm just kidding. We're not running ads. Look at this. I choose to skip. I choose to skip there. Because I'm a nice guy. Who loves the skip button?
Finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape. I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State to ever do an audit of the voter rolls to make sure only American citizens are voting in our elections. I've done 2. First one 24 months ago and just finished up in July. People trust the results. No matter how you vote in Georgia, we have photo ID. That also shored up voters' concern about the absentee ballot process.
All right, who gives a fuck? Come on, put on. We want to see someone sing.
Here as well, Margaret.
Thanks, bro. Awesome. We counted 8 million votes or something like that.
Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your elections. You were referring then to some fake videos. Today, you had threats of bombings. CISA has come out and said these were non-credible threats. You've pointed back to Russia.
What
evidence
Wolf!
do you have? And
Wolf, we're getting a call from the studio! Oh my God, we're getting a call from the studio!
Well, first of all, federal authorities put out this afternoon.
For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And speaking of that, Julia, suspect named in New Jersey ballot box bombings. Suspect has been named. It's a guy you're familiar with. It is a guy you're familiar with. Reggie, I pray to God this is not DOS. Suspect named in New Jersey ballot box bomb. Bro, this. All right, we're on the line. We're working a tightrope here, Reggie, and I trust you. I trust you here. I will report the news as it comes to me. Okay, but that does look a lot like the Rizzler, or could that be what's his name? Yep, that's the Rizzler. That's definitely the Rizzler. I was gonna try to shift flame. I was gonna try to save you, bro, but I couldn't dare. Okay, and I don't need to be private, but I am punctual, okay? You see that? I didn't know. I deliver news as it comes to me, okay? And what this guy does, I don't endorse it. And what I do is different when that guy does. I don't know. What the fuck am I supposed to say here? Holy shit, that's pretty blunt there. Look at this, gamble. Stop saying gamble. Oh my God. Thank you so much. We're back to the main camera.
Also saying there is no factual basis for any of these claims. And if you will remember, Donald Trump made similar claims about Philadelphia in 2020.
Bill Whitaker, thank you. And David, what do we see about that in terms of the former president claiming that there's cheating going on?
Yeah, we saw this in 2020. He said the same thing about the same 3 cities. And ironically, he actually outperformed his 2016 performance in 2020 in all of those 3 cities, if memory serves. So what we're seeing is no reports of any kind of significant problems in those cities. We're
Speaking
seeing a lot
of cheating,
enthusiasm.
Mods, run a
That there are
poll.
people who are in line.
Do you think 50% of congressmen cheat on their spouses?
He's actually encouraging
Run a poll,
voters
yes or
who are in
no?
line
50% or
in
more.
Pennsylvania to continue to stay
Let's
in line
run a poll
and vote
on that.
as everyone
Yes or
should
no?
do.
Cecilia Vega, you did a great report for 60 Minutes on Pennsylvania. What have you learned tonight?
Well, this isn't, Nora, thank you. This isn't a
You know what they say, if you're in Congress, you're slinging cock. You're slinging cock, quite literally.
To challenge the results, and he did it in 2020, and he started
What's the
this
poll
with Pennsylvania months ago, and basically has
What's
been
the poll
doing it all
saying?
day.
Is it working?
Look no further
Is
than
the
his
poll
ally,
saying what
his
we're
close advisor, Steve Bannon, who said Trump should preemptively claim victory. And we just heard from special counsel filings a few days ago that in 2020, Bannon said just because Trump claims victory, it doesn't mean he's the winner, but he's still going to say it anyway. This is all a strategy to sow doubt. And the folks in Pennsylvania, the governor there said they are very legitimately worried about the damage that this could do, the potential for violence in the streets that we could see as a result of this, because people get whipped into a frenzy because the former president has told them their vote has not been taken seriously. There are real consequences to lies like this.
Now watch me whip.
And his words have
Now
power,
watch me,
and we
Nene.
believe them. Believe him. We saw that when we were there.
Exactly.
And we see in the exit polls, too, that people are concerned about violence in the days ahead. We have much more to talk about when we come back. More poll closings.
Definitely more to talk about. Put on the beat here.
CBS News America Decides
Put on the beat
Election
here.
2024 returns in just a moment.
Another ad. Are you shitting me? Another ad. Are you shitting me? Another ad. Another beer. One more beer. Turn on that beat.
Okay,
Turn
so
it.
let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
What's at stake here?
You want me to just keep...
Whoa! No steak ads!
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong
Just
with
kidding.
that?
Are you saying they lied?
Joke's on you. What are you saying? One is crazy, LOL. I'm a touch jinxie. Too far.
Does that make sense?
Too far!
Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise.
500? That's a lot of adults there.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing.
Oh, I didn't mean to be political there. I was just fucking reacting. Okay. No! This is the ad!
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
Okay, just making sure. No guns!
Fiction.
No!
48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There we go. We're all safe now.
And need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping.
Who the fuck is John Grisham?
48 hours. Now streaming on the.
Come on, dude. Let's keep it for our audience here. No one watches TV. Who the fuck is John Grisham?
Superstar approaching.
John Grisham.
Superstar approaching.
I want to make sure.
You might as well brought up Shel Silverstein. Who the fuck is that? Do you know Shel Silverstein? If you know Shel Silverstein, Mod, can we run a poll? Do you know Shel Silverstein? Yes or no? Let's see. Can we see? Do you know Shel Silverstein? Yes or no?
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast
Whoa,
Center in New
Lindsay
York
Reiser.
with coverage of CBS News America Decides.
Whoa there.
Let's go to the battleground state of Nevada. CBS's Lilia
Hey.
Luciano is in Las Vegas. Lilia, tell us where you are.
What
and
the
voters
fuck
are
is
telling
purple
you.
supposed to do there?
Hey there, Lindsay. I have been hearing from voters
Whoa, lots of
throughout
talent on the
day
field today.
People who went to the polls undecided, people who went to the polls and did not want to pick a presidential candidate but were voting on locals election, and people who went to the polls with a great deal of passion. Right now, we are at a viewing party for the Republican Party. They're counting and they're seeing as the results from other states are trickling in. And we're just a few minutes away from when the polls are supposed to close. I was just talking to the chairman of the GOP here in the state of Nevada. He was telling me in places like Nye County, though, there are still people standing in line for about 3 hours. What that means is that even though the state has changed the rules to make sure that they're counting the votes that are coming in from either in-person early or mail-in ballots up until today early, they started those in-person early this morning when the polls opened. They're not going to be able to release those results until the last person who was standing in line by 7 p.m., which is about 3 minutes away, has voted. So there's that.
7 p.m., 3 minutes? Holy shit.
Of course, there's the tabulation, the taking of all of the in-person
Can't say hi, Kristen. Hi, Christine. Kristen, what do you want me to say here? Gabe. Gabe. Everyone say anti-Gabe. No, I'm just kidding. Anti is the worst. I guess anti is bad to use.
Here's what we're paying attention to. This is a
Gabe. Say fuck Gabe. Say fuck Gabe. You gotta beat. You can't let him spam his name in here.
Other voters. So
you gotta get to him first.
GOP chairman, I was just talking
fuck
to
Gabe.
And the voters.
A couple fuck Gabes.
Here for support.
Look at that. That's what I thought, Gabe. You thought you could fuck with us. You thought you could fuck with us.
Affiliated voters in those early votes, and also in the in-person votes that we saw from earlier today.
Plenty of votes going around.
Rather, the nonpartisan group is so large that it's really hard to arrive at any conclusion from that.
Look at this party. Where the hell are they at, bro?
Numbers, but the results might not come for hours.
Whoever designed that room, I don't know. Lots of psychedelics there. It must have been in Utah. Speaking of Utah.
As she mentioned, polls are about to
Breaking news, we have another monumental development, sending it back.
Thank you so much, Wolf. I'm sick and tired of seeing your face, but you're so damn handsome. So damn handsome, and you're hairy, and you're humble, and that's all I can ask for. But look at this, Utah does vote again, and you know, it's just like SportsCenter. We run the same program every hour, okay? You wanna know why? We're begging for content here. We're begging for content here. But Utah legalizes prostitution, psychedelics, and marijuana. And people are saying it's out of nowhere. But if you've been to Utah, they love to party. It's okay. Look at that. Party in private. That's what I say. Party in private. Look at that. Take notes, Diddy. It's okay. And LeBron. Boom. Probably too far. I don't know. Hey, ain't no party like a sketch party. Or a Diddy party. Or a LeBron party. Look at that. 3 parties. 3 parties, you know, and, you know, surprisingly, you leave the sketch one, you're going to be a lot more slippery than you came. I'm just kidding. Look at that. It's okay. I don't know. Lots of psychedelics. I don't know. What's the thing with psychedelics? You know, if you want to play quarterback, take psychedelics. That's what Aaron Rodgers says. But I don't want to be a quarterback. You know what I want to be? I want to be a streamer. I want to be a streamer. But you know what? I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. No, I'm never kidding anymore. Sorry for nothing. Sorry for nothing. And I checked. And I checked. This is true. Thank you so much, Wolf. You ever wash a jersey and then it makes you itch? And the first thing that itches, it's your armpits and then your nipples. Armpits and then your nipples, okay? I feel like I got poison ivy on the tips right now. Okay, on the tips right now. Whoa, we have another development here. Thank you for the...
Other red states. And so you can see he has 172 electoral votes. Kamala Harris,
You see that production there?
We're still watching.
It's called Steam Deck.
These 7
Steam Deck.
battleground states. You can
I'm
see
a walking
them all
advertisement.
here in purple.
Let's see if this
Polls
works.
just closed in Nevada.
Green
and
on a
CBS
green
News
screen.
Rates it as a toss-up, along with every single other one of the battleground
It works a little
states
bit.
that we've been
Not enough,
watching
though.
closely. And so there's lots to still learn about how America decides and who they've chosen as the 47th president of the
doesn't work.
United
I'm looking for the
States.
delay.
Now,
There's a
at
delay
this
on my
hour,
screen.
All of the battleground states have closed, and we're going to be checking in on those to see what more we can learn, new exit poll information, new data from inside.
Show me
those
some
states.
data.
Quickly, let's
Oh,
take a
I
look at
love
these new
data.
projections in
I love
Utah.
D. I'm just kidding.
CBS
Too
News
far.
projects
Too
Donald
far
Trump
there. It's okay.
will
Got a little
win.
booze in my cup now. Look at
And
that.
CBS News projects
Look at that. They're
the
saying,
former
"Hey,
president
yo."
will also win in
They're saying it.
Montana.
Turn up
Montana
video.
has voted for a Republican in the last 12 of 13 presidential elections.
Hey, look at that.
The
Anything for
Senate
a clip
race
there.
we also are gonna be
Anything for a
watching
clip
closely
there.
tonight. And in Delaware, President Joe Biden's home state, CBS
Points.
News
Thank you for the
projects
sub.
Kamala
Super
Harris
ballsy. No
will
Diddy.
win
Look at
in
that. I don't
state.
know Diddy.
And let's take a look at Illinois. CBS News projects Harris
I don't know
will
Diddy.
win there
It's
as
okay.
well. Chicago was home to the Democratic National Convention this summer, where the vice president accepted her party's nomination. Now, to go inside the numbers, let's check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto with new information.
Major Garrett?
from
Is
the
he
CBS
in the
News
Army, or is
data
that his
desk, and
name?
Excited to look
Major
at
is the
Georgia
first name is
because
kinda hard.
Almost 80% of the vote
And also
in. It
kinda
looks
not
like
at the
Trump
same
has a
time.
lead,
I'm not
but where are
sure.
we waiting for votes from?
Well, that's exactly the right question, Nora. Let me take you inside the way we're looking at it here in the desk. You're right that 80% is in, 79%. If I show you where the outstanding vote is, these circles, the larger they are, the more vote there is. And what you see is that they're from key Democratic counties, Fulton, DeKalb, even some from Cobb. Now,
Where
what
is
do I
Fulton
do
and
with that?
DeKalb?
Let me just back it
Okay.
out here for a second and show you.
What
I'm
is
doing
Atlanta's?
I'm gonna take
Is
that,
it Atlanta
I'm gonna
Fulton?
Put it into our CBS News
That's gotta be Atlanta.
model, and I'm going to
I
show
thought
you
Atlanta was
how
lower,
we
though.
look at this at the data desk. This is right now the
Which one is
range
Atlanta?
of Donald Trump's potential.
Atlanta is
potential,
Fulton? That makes
percentage
sense.
At the end, right?
The ones you
So
always
see a
hear
large
about are
range around
Fulton
that in
and
that red bar.
Maricopa.
This is the range
Maricopa,
of
Fulton,
Kamala Harris,
Harris.
when I incorporate all that information into the model. And what you see here
What's some other ones?
is that these have overlap. that is visually why a decision
Maricopa's like the
can't make
biggest
a
one.
projection. As long
They
as
always
these
talk about
ranges
Maricopa.
overlap, if they
Maricopa,
don't go apart,
Maricopa,
then there's a
Maricopa.
possibility that this race could flip, and that's why and how we incorporate that outstanding vote. Major?
And want to show, Anthony, the needs and our current estimate as the race stands right now based on the information we've received to date.
Well, she needs 59% of the outstanding vote, right? Right now, we think she could get 59% of the outstanding vote. So that's sort of another data point to say the race could
Come
get
on, pull
even
up the
tighter
map,
than
bro.
It already is.
I can't do
and then
nothing
you
with
can't
this,
make a
bro.
projection just yet. Why I still
Look
rate
at this. It looks
as a
like tug of
toss-up.
war or some shit
Because
here.
you're
What am I
saying
supposed to
in a
do
big
with
city
this?
like Atlanta, there's more votes to come in.
Yep.
Come on,
Okay.
get us a
Can we do
graphic
the same
here.
in North Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
We
Let's
most
go up
certainly
there.
can.
All right, so here's North Carolina. Now, let's do
There
the
we
outstanding
go!
vote here because it's somewhat of a similar story, right? In and around Raleigh, you see the large blue circles, Wake County, okay? So you even see some here in Durham. So those are Democratic areas, and those, if they come in, and they come in for Harris. But I will add this, it's not just the percents, though. She's got to get the turnout there in order to catch Trump.
I gotta fix the
Because
screen,
what you
no.
also see is around Charlotte here, see these large red
Where's the
circles?
other dude
That's
from
a lot of
MSNBC?
Republican vote that could still come in.
I feel like I'm not on
50,000
any of the
votes
main
there. Major,
channels.
go
Is it
ahead.
because
Look
I'm
at
on
Mecklenburg
YouTube?
County.
Is
That's
that what's going
remaining
on?
there. That's one of the things.
Is it
that the
because I'm on
Harris campaign has to
YouTube?
look at and say,
Yo,
boy,
what's
they
up,
really
sketch?
need to
Yo,
run up
what's up, bro?
the margins in Mecklenburg
What's up,
County
bro?
because
I'm in
almost
I'm in the middle of
500,000
working,
votes
bro.
Outstanding.
You know?
Wake County,
I'm in the middle of working, and you call,
156,000.
you
actually
can
put
say, yo, what's
numbers
up
on
here?
this.
What do you want me to say
Guilford,
back to you?
133,000. So there's
Blade,
areas
what does Blade
really
mean? How
need
many
to
beers
come
do you have
strong
in you?
for Harris.
1, 2,
One of the problems, go
3,
back to the regular
4,
map,
5,
Anthony,
6.
that Harris has run into. Look at
And I
those
ate a
counties
7-Eleven
right here. And
pizza,
then,
so I'm
Anthony,
pretty
go-
full.
Go through the history on those counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these places, you do typically see a Democrat might do okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas.
Bro, can you tell us what the hell is going on here?
Biden
You're making me
than they
try
have
to
been so far
think too
tonight
much,
for
bro.
Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
Correct, by
she's
74,000
and
votes,
she's
yes.
underperforming. John Dickerson
Okay,
has some
I see what
exit polls, but
I see what
before
picture
we
you're
do this,
painting
Can
there.
we just take a quick look at Michigan, because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president of the United States.
So 17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more
Look at
data out of
Michigan. I've
for
been there.
sure.
I've been there once.
Well, what's going to happen here
I've been
is
there
we're gonna tell
once.
a
If you've
similar
been to
story
Michigan,
and
say
see if she
aye.
gets
If you haven't
turnout,
been to Michigan, say
especially in Detroit,
yes or
Wayne
no.
County. You're going
I
to
don't
hear
know.
a lot about that.
Who
as
in-
the
who in
hours
here's from
go on
Michigan?
tonight? Oakland County
Actually,
as well.
mods,
So
can we run
we
another
don't have
poll?
data
Who's going to
in
win the
from there
presidency?
yet. I do
I
want
want
to
to see
show
what
you
the
this, though,
people are
just to give you
thinking.
the historical context.
Not a
here.
lot
I'm
of
gonna go back to
yeses.
Michigan for
Not a lot of
second.
yeses
So
here.
if I show you the 2020
It's actually
presidential race in
50-50.
Michigan, and then I do that,
I've been to Michigan.
tilting
It's
the
cool.
state on its side, this will illustrate what I mean.
Where the fuck is
See these
this?
larger,
Oh, this is
higher
Michigan
bars here?
sideways. I
That's
thought it
where
was
there are
Virginia.
more votes, right? There's more people in Detroit, for example. And Democrats have to get large margins there. So in the case of Detroit, we're going to be watching, can Kamala Harris not just win by a given percentage, but can she replicate something like the 330,000 vote margin that he built up there? And that comes back to the turnout.
What's
study.
it saying on the
Same thing in
prediction
Oakland,
here?
Right? We're going to be looking at that, and that's where Biden got 56%. So, but also got 100,000 votes more added to his total.
Let's see.
Democrats
What are
have
the
to
people
do that
saying here?
in order to carry the state? If
Bro,
they do,
I could never
because
found
the
my-
rural
found my
Republican
mouse,
counties
bro.
add up and add up. In this case, for Donald Trump, Nora.
Okay, great.
Bro, where's my
gentlemen,
mouse
thank you
now?
very much. The exit polls have some really interesting information, and I, of course, got a sneak peek of them because I get to sit next to John Dickerson.
One of the many advantages of that.
That's right, that's right. So tell us what you're seeing.
Well, we're going to zip all the way to the other part of the country. We're going to look at Arizona and Nevada, but it's essentially the same story that Major and Anthony were telling, which is when we look at this election, the Democrats have to turn out their voters, and Donald Trump has to turn out his voters. Well, Latinos are key to the Democratic
Right in for sketch. I will eventually run, okay? I'm just going to get my shit together
Kamala
first.
Harris is doing with Latino
Okay,
voters. Well,
there's
she's up by
three
14
things you got
points,
to do
so
before you
might
run for
think, well,
president.
She's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020,
You gotta
in the state
own
of
your,
Arizona,
you gotta own a house.
he won them by 24 points.
You gotta have a
so
cool
Kamala
car.
Harris is underperforming what Biden
And you gotta
did
get on
in
Joe
2020.
Rogan,
Also,
okay?
just a sideline.
And I got a
an
cool
interesting
car.
story
I don't
of
own the
night. If these
house.
exit polls
And I haven't been on Joe
solid,
Rogan yet, so
there
I'm
seems
1
to
out
be
of
a
3,
much
and I'm getting
larger
close.
Latino vote in Arizona. The
Okay, as soon
share
as
is
get on
much
Joe
larger than
Rogan,
it
that's
was in
where I announce it,
2020.
just like
That's
Kanye.
something in the
Just like
future to look
Kanye.
at. But now
Where's
let's look-
Kanye?
That's just the future of Arizona in general.
Speaking of that, where's
But it's-
Kanye?
It's a 7-point difference.
Do we have mods? Can we make some type of graphic rap? Where's Kanye?
Low turnout, yeah.
But the
Come
difference
on,
between
where's
16 and 20
Kanye?
was only 4 points.
All of a sudden-
it seems,
all of a sudden he's
I'm not
done
saying it's not
interested in
true.
no
I'm
election
just
here?
saying It's interesting to look at.
He said he
Nevada,
might be
the
played
share is
out.
the same
He said it was
between
played out,
20 and
maybe.
24, 17%.
It is
And we
kind of
see
different,
here
I guess.
that,
Maybe I don't
Kamala
see him on
Harris
nothing.
Has a 50 to 45.
W.
point
Jacob,
lead.
thanks for
That's
the-
in
thanks for the
Nevada,
sub.
where the polls just closed. That's 5 points. Biden was up by 26 in Nevada.
Remember,
So
we're seeing in the national numbers that Trump is winning Latino men. That's part of what's changing this, right?
yeah. Yes, and
that
not doing as well, and she's not doing as well with Latinas.
And I had spoken to one Democratic pollster before this evening, and he said very clearly, if Trump on the national numbers gets 40% of the Latino vote, Harris is screwed.
Yeah.
That is a very concerning number for them. And the reason this is such a big deal is because Latinos really, we've said this for so many years, but this year it is true. Latinos could very much end up being the decisive demographic in this election. They're the largest minority group in the country. They're an estimated 36 million Latinos eligible to vote in this election. And when you were talking about election that is in the margins, by 1 point or another, like the one that we are following tonight in a state like Arizona, in a state like Philadelphia, it is this specific demographic that could make or break it for either side.
Just to give you the national Latino vote, Harris is up by 5 points. Biden won it by 21 points. That's the
should
national
be
number.
so concerning to the Harris campaign.
The point that you hear from whether it's Marco Rubio or others is to say, put the identity aside and look at the issue of the economy and border, and particularly the economy. I had Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada on the program on Sunday, and she was saying, look, Nevada is always going to be tight. You know, pointed to her own race, but she only won by about 8,000 votes in 2022. But when I pointed out to her, those demographics Trump seems to be edging in on, those without college degrees, those who are first frustrated about the economy, that fits her state as a profile. Nevada has the second highest unemployment rate in the country.
Right.
And so this is a place, as we get later on into the evening, we're going to be parsing these things very, very closely.
One interesting just to remember is Nevada is the smallest electoral prize of the night, just six electoral votes. It is also the most diverse battleground state and also has more registered nonpartisan voters than Democrats or Republicans, but a state worth watching and certainly getting that new data. Robert Costa, I think you had some new reporting you wanted to share as well.
Yes, just briefly, have been speaking to Representative Brian Fitzpatrick in suburban Philadelphia, represents Bucks County, a centrist Republican. He has long been a representative and political organizer in that area, a key area if Vice President Harris wants to win. He said Trump is now on track based on all of the returns he has seen to do better than expected in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was with Vice President Harris when she went to Bucks County. They put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago.
The head of United Auto Workers? Okay, change that for CEO of AutoZone. What the hell did all these people start getting so much?
To do well. Notably, just got off
There's
the
so
phone
many
with Senator
gangs
Ron
now.
Johnson
There's
in
so many
Wisconsin,
gangs now.
A Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong
God, is that Phil
turnout
Dunphy
there.
talking?
He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told me he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But just recently
a
tipped
Republican
Republicans.
hasn't won it since 1992.
Right.
In the national,
Yeah.
Let's check
Look
in
at
now
that,
with
1992.
Chief White House correspondent
That was the
Nancy
year
Cordes
that
with Vice
Phase
President
Banks was
Harris
born.
at Howard University in Washington,
I'm just
D.C.
kidding. That was
Nancy?
1892. Great guy, a lot of knowledge, very
Nora,
wise.
It's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin, too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone is pretty nervous right about now. They're certainly nervous in this crowd here at Howard University. Unlike all the Kamala Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, it's totally silent here. People are watching the screens, they're checking their phones, they're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows that Democratic supporters across the country are getting worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. No, that's not all suburban voters, just early voters.
What suburban mean? Suburban means like you're in a neighborhood?
About same-day voters, I guess.
Or you drive a Suburban, one of the two?
Counties, and maybe we can hear
Holy
more
shit,
from
that's
Major
a lot of
Anthony about
Suburbans.
this.
A lot of
they are currently
Suburbans.
outperforming
I'm a
Biden's
suburban
winning
dude,
2020
too.
margin. They're talking
You
about
wanna see a house
Douglas
reveal?
County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020,
W-Leak.
and Rockdale
W-Leak,
County,
that's
where
where
she's
I'm getting
10
my
points
news
ahead
from.
of what Biden did back in 2020. So they are feeling good about that. They say that their rural turnout in Georgia
That's
is
my,
matching expectations
my
right
cat.
now.
I don't have a
A lot
cat.
of information about Michigan.
Is that not a
so
cool
they're
setup,
watching
though?
and waiting there.
Whoa,
In
sorry,
North
didn't mean to blur
Carolina, He
that.
says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. They are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular
House.
states, but they haven't given
L
up,
House.
and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight.
Set up
in North
IRL
Carolina and
toolkit.
Georgia.
I will flex. Don't make me flex.
And stand by
Don't make me
because,
flex. This house is
soon
sick.
We're going to go
Look at
to
this, L House.
John Dickerson, who
You
has
wanna
some
see
more
L
information
House?
about Michigan and
I'm just kidding.
Wisconsin.
I'm
But
renting,
first,
so I can't really
CBS
flex
Morning's
anything.
Co-host Tony DeCoppel.
You know, but
He's
I'm a
at
good
Trump
renter.
headquarters
370
in
credit.
Florida.
Look
Good
at
evening,
that.
Tony.
High score.
Hey, good
I love
evening
the
again.
purple on
As we
you.
get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other.
Hey, brother, how about we both drink
here?
here? I give you a drink of this, you take a little sip, and we both enjoy it here. Come on,
They
bro.
are ready for anything.
Look
in
at
terms of
that.
results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump,
Some
in
babes
recent
there.
days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the
Lots
one
of
hand, today,
blondes.
He said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight,
What are they
he has
posing for?
referenced unsubstantiated rumors
What the fuck
of
is
alleged
going on there?
fraud
What are they
in
showing up in the
Detroit
air
and
there?
Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room. And in many
Bro,
rooms
show
out
us
there all over the
something.
country
I want to
if they
see,
won in
like,
2020,
I don't know. I want to see
think they're winning
California
again
closing
here in
down or something, you know? I want to
and
see
think
the,
the only way
I want
they
to
can
see the
lose
ballots,
is if
bro. I
there
don't
is
want to see the
cheating.
fucking
And so you can
parties. It's
understand
always they
why
show the
in this
parties.
really remarkable CBS
And
poll
it's
out
never
today,
fun when they show the
7 in 10
parties.
Americans are concerned about violence tied
It's
to the
never fun
election
when they
in
show the
days
parties.
ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating, rioting because their candidate has been somehow quote-unquote cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead, is potentially riots in blue cities. Nora.
And all you have to do is look at our nation's cap.
Breaking news, we have another monumental development. Sending it back to you in the studio sketch.
Sir Wolf, Americans across the world are heartbroken. Something has happened. Something unthinkable. You saw it. I see it. The Hawk Tuah girl vows to never say Hawk Tuah again. Are you kidding me? That's like McDonald's. You know, I don't know, that's like McDonald's without Ronald McDonald. Okay, without Grimace. Okay, that's the Texans without CJ Stroud. Okay, and at this moment, I'd like to shoot my shot. Haley Welsh. The M's are open. And I would not call you Hawk Tuah, girl. And I would not make you say Hawk Tuah. Okay? I would like a Hawk Tuah. Pause, play, pause, play. Look at that. Used to be a pro. Used to. Quotations. Remove. Underline. Highlights. Look at that. Used to. Okay. Are you sure? Are you sure this is it? And you're sure? The Haley Welsh. Yes. From Tennessee. The Haley Welsh. Okay. Oh, you heard it here first. Look at that. Oh my God. And then, wait, there's one more thing. Fuck Better Picks. No, fuck Better Sports. Love you, Jake Paul. Look at that. Hey, look at that. Hey. All right, look at that. I love the camera. The camera loves me. I'm just kidding. Not that camera. Look at that. Came up off that camera like Lisa Ann. I'm just kidding. Not Lisa Ann. More like I lease and borrow. Look at that. W credit score. Can I get W credit score up in the chat here? W credit score up in the chat here.
Poverty, corruption, natural disasters.
What? Look at that. If you're in here, comment your credit score.
Are tired of wasting time.
Okay, if you're in here, comment your credit score. I want to see them.
And I post a 1, we can help. With
$2.29.
iPost1, you can get a real physical street
Cover
mailing
screen.
address.
Why cover
it's better
screen?
than a P.O. box for as little as $9.99 a month. Choose an address from thousands in our network. We receive your mail and packages.
A radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the
Okay,
free
close. I see you were trying to save me. He was trying to save me.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
Look at this. I can teach you how to save money. And I can teach you how to make money.
More weather.
It would be to unsubscribe. But don't do that. Subscribe to me. And my friend, prediction of 640. Whoa, looks like Shark Tank. Look at that, looks like Shark Tank. That's a walkthrough for Shark Tank. You know what? That's my contribution I'm going to make tonight. Instead of elections, we have 5 people, preferably the cast from America's Got Talent. I forget who it is. Whoever those judges are, we make them run a Shark Tank, okay? Shark Tank for the country. What are you going to do? We found Scrub Daddy on Shark Tank. We found Ring cameras on Shark Tank. You know what we found in the U.S. election?
Colorado's 10
I don't know.
electoral votes.
I don't know.
And in the hunt for
Not much.
270 electoral votes, Donald Trump
We
has
found that there's passion.
195.
There's
Kamala
always passion.
Harris has 91. The former president racking up a number
Look
of
at that.
big
You see how I
electoral wins
pause
with
and play?
Texas and Florida early in the night, but as you can see, a number of states have still not been called, and in those key 7 battleground states, we have rated.
Okay, what's
each
the
of
script
those
saying?
as
What's the
toss-up
script
at
saying?
this
Mods,
hour.
run
But we
another
will dive
poll
into
for
the
who's going to win
details
this
to get
whole
a
thing.
sense
I need to
of
know who's
where
going to
those
win.
states could break. CBS News correspondent
What?
Janet
USA,
Shamlian
USA,
is
USA?
in
Not enough
Milwaukee,
USAs in here.
Wisconsin for us tonight. And
Okay,
Janet,
if you're
what are you hearing?
USA, say USA. If you're in the other country, say your country.
Good evening to you. The polls are
Let's
closed
see.
here.
Let's
but
see the
count is
demographic
gonna
here.
Take longer than expected, and that is because of what happened.
Look at
in
the
this
demo.
room a couple of hours ago, and that is
W
when
demo.
authorities here suddenly recounted some 31,000.
Look at that. Lots of passion in here. Lots of passion in here. I love passion.
Machines in this room.
Are you shitting me? I love passion.
Completely sealed. They say the machines
Look
were
at
not
this.
compromised. Ballots were not compromised. This is for transparency's sake. And out of abundance
Passion
of
and
caution.
pleasure.
But what was
Passion and pleasure.
going until 1
Okay.
or 2 in the morning, authorities now say will be several hours longer than that.
Oh my God. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the state that's going to take 4 days. I'm calling it 4 days. You want to know why?
In Detroit, Michigan, and
Because 4 days is always the number. You want to move your house? They're going to say 4 days. You want to go to college? They're going to say I can meet you in 4 days. Everything's 4 days away. Think about it. You won't know what you're doing tomorrow, but you'll know what you're doing in 4 days. Watch that. Trust me. What's in 4 days? What day is it? Is it Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Is that crazy? You know what's crazy? Is that the U.S. government said there's Monday Night Football, okay? They said we're not going to have the election on Monday Night Football. We're going to have it on Tuesday. W Congress! W Congress! Well, look at that! Look at that! They use free will just like I do, and just like they do. Watch this. You want to see free will? You want to see free will used to the max here? Oh!
And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch.
Again, I don't make the headlines. I don't write the headlines. I observe and report. Observe and report. Okay? And I'm tired of what I report getting you all stirred up. Okay? Because I give it to you raw. Okay? Just like your pops to your mom. And that's how you were born. I'm just kidding. You were born by chance. I'm just kidding. We were all born by chance. 1 in a trillion. Look at that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. I'm getting the wrinkles out of the green screen. You know, holy shit, that's a lot of colors there. 50 to 48. What are they saying? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Spotify reports increased stream of Thick of It in Guantanamo Bay. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I really fucked up that headline, didn't I? But you heard it here first. YouTuber KSI reports record high streaming numbers for hit song The Thick of It in Guantanamo Bay. Look at that. Are you shitting me? If you don't know what Guantanamo Bay, it's used where they, I don't know. It's the T word. It's the T word. It's a little too probably hard there. But, you know, if you're there, you usually don't leave. And it's usually not for a while. So, you know, numbers add up here. You know, numbers over time always add up here. And I'll tell you what, with obscene streaming numbers, we're seeing obscene things happen here. And I would like to thank KSI for the decline of the American health. I'm just kidding. I love KSI, but you know, if it's us or them, I'm going to say USA. Hey, look at that. It says if it's us or them, I'm gonna say USA. Hey, look at that. Are you shitting me? Come on, give me a future. I'm just kidding. I don't sing, I rap. And I trap. I rap and I trap and I fap. That's the three big ones I do right there. You know, rap, trap, fap. Okay, that's probably too far. But that's what I do there. The big three. Okay, I saw it. I saw it the second time and it looked worse than I thought it would in my head. Okay, but I like things that rhyme. And I like things that shine. Hence, I got a really extensive Netflix downstairs. You want to see it? It's from Johnny Dang. My little friend. Thick of It. The thick of it. I was in the thick of it one time. Spotify. Free Spotify ad. Thanks for the subs. 6-month sub. McGraw. 9 fucking ads. Hey mods, can we triple the ads that we're running now? Can we quadruple them? I want to see big numbers. I want to see big great numbers here. I don't know. What am I supposed to do now? Oh, I always forget. I'm just kidding. I don't forget.
Yeah, Lindsay, polling places.
It's hard to know where the sound's coming from. Lots of buttons here. My stream deck looks like a cockpit right now.
Mentioned Georgia there, among the handful of states, all pretty much battleground
states. Thanks for the 10 gifted, bro.
Michigan,
Wild Starlight.
Pennsylvania, of course.
Come on.
In those cases where there were any delays.
Come on, bro. Thanks for the subs.
There were voting hours that were extended, and these are isolated cases in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, as well as in Arizona. Now, as to what we know about where these bomb threats are coming from, secretaries of state in Georgia and in Arizona have alluded to the fact that there seems to be some sort of link.
alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun facts. Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes.
Is it that quiet? Are you serious?
For the Harris campaign, what do you know?
Pennsylvania's so close. It's so close.
Yeah, there certainly are, Savannah.
Chad,
You know,
it's-
Bro, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He found out the election was 2 minutes ago. Okay? Fun fact, JC walks up at, or wakes up at 5 p.m.
Lessons learned.
Why is my chat going so fast? I'm just kidding. That's not mine.
This place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown.
What about
Guys,
2020?
I'm going to be here all night until we find out who
basically
wins, bro.
chaos. Now,
This is
they're
so
in this
close.
entirely
Should we Discord call with our brother? Should we Discord call with Jinxie? I wonder if he wants to. Yes? Yes? Maybe. He's saying yes or maybe.
70% of voters are concerned with violence after Election Day. And
Let's
we
see.
should just know, speaking with law enforcement officials today, they say so far the coast is pretty clear, but they're looking ahead to next week. I was at the D.C. Police Command Post earlier today, and that's a command post that's operating through Friday.
Okay, Nicole Sganga, thank you so much. Stay with us. You're watching America Decides.
Finding out right now. Okay, I'm not good at texting on the stream. Okay, let me find out where he texted me just now.
In a tweet
Back then
on Face the
or
Nation, we
earlier.
try to
It's 80
separate
degrees
the
in here.
noise from the news. You need to be able to have an actual conversation.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do this. I can see clearly now.
I texted him. I let him know what's going on here. Sketch 2028, maybe.
Come on, Julia.
Maybe, Chet. What are you thinking here?
You go, gal. Yeah.
What's that, brother? Best coverage. Best coverage. Look at that. And he's asking for the YouTube.
Renting is fine.
Where is he living now, Chet? Oh, I will show you.
It's not true.
I will show you, Chet. You want me to take a video and post it?
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
Sketch 2028 US. Thank you, bro. Level 5 hype train. Thanks for being here. 7,000 people. Holy shit. That's USA. Look at that. Clearly fun, clearly smart, clearly uplifting. That's CBS Mornings, and that's a free ad there. I run free ads all the time. I love to run ads. Get some Pizza Hut. W's in the chat here. Thanks for being here. Look at that. Is that New York City there? Hey, I'm just kidding. I've been in Times Square. Great place there. I love New York.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters.
I love New
here
York.
in New York. It is 10:30 p.m. in the east.
Okay, I am going to grab something
in the
from
west,
downstairs,
we
and I will
have
be
a
out.
CBS News
Maybe back in 2
projection
seconds.
In a closely watched Senate race in Maryland, CBS News projects that Democrat Angela Also Brooks has won in that state over the former governor, Larry Hogan. All night, we have been laser focused on those key battleground states that are right here in purple. We have yet to call or project any of these 7 states. They are all toss-ups at this hour. Let's take a look at the peach state of Georgia at this hour. You can see 86% of the vote in, but we're going to dive into the numbers about what's still left to count. Let's take a look, too, now at North Carolina. As you can see, about 80% of the vote in the Tar Heel state. Donald Trump currently with a lead, but we still rate this as a toss-up, as some of the major cities have not yet reported. And then take a look at Pennsylvania. This is the big electoral prize of the night with its 19 electoral votes. And Republican sources I'm talking with there say that Donald Trump has performed well in the rural counties, but just 57% of the vote in. And if you were with us 4 years ago on this journey, you'll remember that it took a few days to get the full count in from Pennsylvania. They do not pre-process their ballots like most other states do. So it takes them a little bit longer. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. It just, you got to pack your patience. So let's go inside these numbers and touch base with Major Garrett. He's over here at the data desk. And think this is our first time actually in the same room together all night, Major. Yes.
Welcome to the room where it happens.
I know. I'm excited to be here because Pennsylvania, everybody's curious about what's going on in that state. We'd heard about some polling places staying open late, young kids in line.
Lehigh University, exactly. So let's just walk through very gradually where we are currently in Pennsylvania. Here's where the outstanding vote is yet to come in. This is where the Harris campaign is hoping it can make up some ground. You see around Philadelphia and the collar counties and Pittsburgh and Allegheny. I will show you some numbers now, Nora, that illustrate what's outstanding. So Bucks County, more than 200,000 votes still outstanding. Montgomery County, 342. Chester County, 300,000. Delaware County, 243. Philadelphia, 256. Allegheny County, 192,000. All that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now? We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data? 54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays exit poll data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania right now.
Because you were saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but what we call these collar counties.
Precisely, the suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's look as
These are high population centers, and of course we know Trump does very well in the rural areas.
So let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you closer you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there. And in Lackawanna County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden for obvious reasons, but competitive there. And in Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did 4 years ago?
So let's look at the ones that the Trump campaign was very focused on outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020. Beaver County, also a nice place, doing well there. Westmoreland County, even a larger concentration of voters, more strongly there. Washington County, competitive, doing, generally speaking, a little bit better or as well as he was right around Pittsburgh. Center County, Trump is running a little bit better than he did in 2020. And let's go to the all-important Erie County, which we all focus on. Again, 32% of the vote in. Kamala Harris doing slightly better than considerably better than Joe Biden did, at least at this stage of the evening in Pennsylvania.
We have a projection, but then I want to go inside the numbers in the other blue wall states of Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump, that the former president has won the state of Iowa. You see just a little bit more than half the vote in there. There had been that poll by the Des Moines Register suggesting that she was doing much better than expected, but Iowa, a
little break there. Feeling much better already.
Electoral votes now in the Republican.
Feeling a little better already.
John Dickerson, want to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past.
I wonder what the score is going to be.
Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters. That's to say,
don't ask too many questions. I'm in Utah. I'm just kidding.
Let's look at white voters
but you know
with a college
Utah.
degree.
You know what I was saying about Utah.
54 to 44. So that's a 10-point 7-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did.
Look at this! I'm here to report another thing for the second time. I'm like SportsCenter. When they're out of content, I'm gonna spam the same shit here. Utah is legalizing everything. It's full-on anarchy in Utah. It's like Renaissance Festival fucking fairgrounds, Utah. Come on, look at this. Look at this. I love Utah. Who loves Utah? Everything's legal in Utah. Look at that. BYU. I'm just kidding. Well, you brought up marijuana, so I had to, every time you say something, it goes to the first thing that I got on my mind. That's on my Steam Deck, okay? And there's like 15 things on there, okay? I'm just kidding. It's not a Steam Deck, it's a teleprompter. And I don't write the news, I observe and report. Observe and report. Observe and report. I do both, okay? I do both. People try to say I don't do both, okay? And those people are fucking liars, okay? Sorry for cussing now. This is family friendly. Look at this. SNN. I always forget it's on the opposite side. SNN, look at this. Attention to detail. You know, attention to detail, and that's why I'd like to announce I'm running for 2028. I won't be old enough to, but I'm gonna run by proxy, okay? The first thing I'm gonna do, okay, everyone has to stream. Mandatory streaming for everyone, okay? I'm gonna turn the United States of America into a Black Mirror episode, okay? I'm just kidding. It already is. Look at this. Oh my God, look at this. I'm just kidding. I love this green screen. I feel like I can touch all the parts I want to. Don't edit that. Okay. Look at that. Don't edit that. What's your favorite Marvel character? I don't know. Probably Spider-Man. Who's your favorite character? I don't know. Right now, the Penguin. Free ad!
Breaking news, we have another monumental development, sending it back to you. And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch. For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch.
I don't like to break the news, I like to make the news. And I told you, look at this, second time you've ever been here before. Kaisenet he's gonna Mafiathon too. He's streaming with Jesus Christ. I love Jesus. I love Jesus. Look at that. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Amen. Bam! I hammered. I mastered that. Getting very close. Trying to get better at it. Look at that. But he's gonna have him on stream. Amen. Look at that. Amen's in the chat. Look at that. Kaisenet promoted upstream. Okay. Watch this though. Oh my God! I got another call.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates. And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Breaking news, we have another monumental development, sending it back to you in the studio, Sketch.
No surprise here. Actually is a surprise. My brother Queso is, what you're going to say is now the head of FDA and he removed all regulations. Okay. Okay, this is like major news, okay?
We'll expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there.
I can't tell. Is this hypothetical or is this real? What is this?
Lights out. He's
Come on. Everyone's got everyone starts just. I need a map here. If I had a map, I could just fucking tap around. I could talk to you for hours. Okay, and that's probably what they said at one point.
Holding on to North Carolina.
This is how you find out how to make one of these things happen.
He's still not there. He's at 268.
Map
so he would have to take one.
I do need that. This is hypothetical.
Right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, because the whole thing's colored.
Or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris,
okay, so where's it at then?
Huge.
Bro,
it's big.
okay.
So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time. And to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past.
Thank you, bro.
But again, we're
Thank you, bro.
mail-in status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now, Nora.
Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024. We'll be back in a moment.
Yes, I would. Okay, now it looks like, what's it called? It looks like a Call of Duty domination score now.
Including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts
What?
on major races.
Thanks for the sub, bro.
News and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free
Bro, we have
CBS
60.
News app
Come
now.
on. Dude, let's go. I love you. You love me. We're lovers. When you see this house, you're going to love it here. I'm in a new room though.
I had progressively
Rumored lovers. Look at that. You want a T-shirt that says "Rumored lovers"?
Online sports betting.
Okay. If you're USA, put USA in here. If you're Team USA, put USA in the chat.
To bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
Look at this. Alex, thanks for the 5, brother. Look at that.
It's America's most neglected problem.
That's what I love to see. That's passion. That is passion.
Whatever I had left.
Are you kidding me?
The purpose of the industry.
I see a candidate in there. Hey, look at that. We're almost on the same team. We're almost on the same team. It's okay. It's like we're varsity or JV. Boom roasted. I'm sorry, but that's how we look at it. You know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do it to you like that, but that's kind of how it goes. Okay. No, you did not with CJ Stroud in Portugal. Let's go. Look at that. We're crossing time zones.
Anywhere you go with a 48-hour
France.
Real crimes.
North Korea. Look at this.
There's some questions that have to be asked.
Cyber warfare. Holy cow. Oh my, Australia. Oh, the Outback. Look at that. Oh, the Outback. Look at that. Should we go to Australia? How do we get to Australia? By boat or by plane? Who makes that decision? Is it possible to go from boat from USA to Australia?
That are used by gangs in Haiti.
No, you did not, Travis. That guy's a liar. Damn it!
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices.
W save there. W save there.
We'll see you.
I saved it very quick, very fast. Sorry, sometimes you don't know until it ends. We use really... W gifted! Thanks for the gifted, bro! Okay, Should I change the news channel? Let's see.
Welcome back to CBS News
See if
coverage
anyone
of
else is
Election
on.
Night 2024. Let's take a look at some of the other
Look at
states.
these.
We have
ABC.
results to share.
Oh my God, these are probably the best
Just
ones,
in
bro.
from the CBS News data desk, CBS News projects
Jinxie
Donald Trump
farted on
will
me.
win the state of
Jinxie has
Kansas.
farted on me.
In Ohio,
And guess
CBS
what?
News projects the
Okay.
former president will win there as well.
Every time he farts,
And so here's where we stand
something
in the
happens.
race to 270. Donald
tell you
Trump,
what.
207. Kamala
You ever made a
Harris,
flat Stanley and it didn't get there?
91, and we
That
should
happened to
know
me
as
once,
it is
and it
almost
pissed
11
me
o'clock
off.
in the East.
So for
that
every year
those
since
7
there, I've sent a flat
battleground
Stanley to
states that will
someone,
decide
but someone
who
random.
wins the
But at
presidency.
least I
They
know
are
it got
still
there.
a toss-up
Okay, at least I
this
know it
hour.
got
That
there.
is how
And that's
close
what I
this
talk about
contest
when I
is
talk about
tonight. But we are
comebacks.
getting
And that's what we need to
some
do as a
clues
country
more
here.
and more
We come
as
back
the vote
together.
tally comes in.
It's
One of
us
Michigan
against
Secretary
them.
of State, Jocelyn
Okay?
Benson, she was
And I'm going to
elected
call it, we need
Secretary of State
aliens.
and oversaw
We need
the Michigan
aliens if we
2020
beat,
and
if we
2022
need like,
general elections,
we need to
both of which
have,
drew
we need to
record-breaking
have like
turnout.
something from
Secretary
space to
Benson,
come,
welcome.
and we all come as a team. Okay?
Thanks for
I'm not gonna
having
lie,
me.
I've been
Happy
watching a lot of
election
Marvel.
night.
I've been behind,
Happy
but that's the
election
motivation
night.
here.
I know
Okay,
Michigan
it's getting
looked
close
like
to
it was
that
on
time.
track to break records.
Trust me, we're
Where
close
do
to
you stand tonight?
superheroes. We're close to
We're still
superheroes.
on track. We're waiting
Okay.
to see what we've also done.
You know, I'm
really,
considered a
I'm
superhero
really proud of
if you
is-
compared me
is
to
more
like an ant
efficiently
or something.
tabulate
Okay?
the absentee ballots than even we had anticipated. So we're on track to have all our ballots tabulated in the next few hours statewide, and from there the results will become known.
All right, I'll hold you to
I will
that. If it
caution
doesn't
we have
happen, you owe me
6,000 outstanding
$1,000.
ballots
Who
for
said
military
that?
And overseas voters.
Is
Those
she
may
on
come
a
in the
football
days ahead,
field?
But beyond that, the rest of our
What the fuck's
millions
going
of
on here?
ballots have been securely tabulated.
Is
and
she
we're on the way
streaming
to
from
being
a football
reported, and
field?
I'm really grateful to all the election
Bro, I
voters who
told
worked
you,
so
they
efficiently
100% didn't have the
through this
election because
process
Monday Night
to count
Football.
every valid vote.
Who does?
And Secretary, I know
Name
you
one-
said
what- name
earlier
one
tonight
thing that
you
happens on a
expect the vote
Tuesday.
to be tallied by
Are
midnight.
you
Is
kidding
that
me?
still true?
Name one show that says we come out on Tuesdays.
That's my hope.
Name one place that you drop that they pick up your trash on a Tuesday. Name one place that starts work on a Tuesday. Bro, I'm telling you, football runs the world. And football. Football and football. Okay? And when I spit game, I spit game, okay? And I'm not gonna skip this ad because I love capitalism. I'm just kidding. I am going to skip the ad because I hate capitalism. You know, give me everything. I'm just kidding. You know what? I probably drank too much. I'm just kidding. I didn't drink enough. Oh my God.
And
Back to
Secretary
Drew
Donald
Brees.
Trump tweeted earlier this evening
What's
that
she
there was
doing?
heavy police presence.
I mean, was she
in
running
Philadelphia
routes out there? What
and
the fuck's going
Detroit.
on? Is she in
Is there any
Lululemon?
truth
What's
to that?
Is that a suit?
No,
Is she just
there
wearing
isn't.
Lululemon? Is she?
Neither in Detroit or in Philadelphia.
I think she's
To the
wearing
extent that
Lululemon,
there is
bro.
a law enforcement present anywhere in our city. It's to really
That's
ensure
Lululemon.
our election officials are protected. But people have been respectful.
Bro,
people have
what
been
is she
observing
doing?
the process, but not disrupting the process.
Where is she at?
It's really
She's
been
at
a sea
the
change
Lions
from
field?
2020, and I'm grateful to see such
Do
a
you know?
peaceful,
Do you
secure
know
process here
how
in Detroit
much
and
it
across
costs to
Michigan.
keep on the lights
And Secretary
at the
Margaret Brennan
Lions
is here
field
as well, Margaret.
for no
Good to
reason?
talk to you again, Madam Secretary.
You're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Who is this
Incidents
lady?
Today with bomb threats in
What
your
the hell
state.
is going
What
on
can you
here?
tell us about what the impact
Is this
was,
just a free ad
practically
and it's on a
speaking, just
Tuesday?
administering this
Okay,
election?
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah, we know there were 4 bomb threats made to precincts and 1 to an office building, our office
What?
building in Lansing. All of those were investigated.
No, oh
and
my
determined
God, this is Go
essentially treated
Lions
like
again.
swatting attempts. No one was really significantly disrupted. No voter was stopped from
Bro.
voting, and things continued apace and continued smoothly.
Did the
in part
Detroit
due to the
Lions
fact
pay
that our
for an
partnership
ad
with
here?
law enforcement enabled a quick investigation.
Or is this the
quick
NFL?
response, and we
Bro,
quickly
if that's
were
an
able to
NFL
source it to
logo,
Russian interference.
what's the logo right there?
Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, thank you so much for your
What?
time tonight. Good luck with the count.
Thanks, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
I've only
We wanna
seen
head back
Drake
to
rent
Major
out a
Garrett and
stadium for
Anthony
fun. What's
Salvanta
going
at the
on
CBS
here?
News data desk with some new insight into the Pennsylvania
One day I'll do
turnout. Good
that.
evening, gentlemen.
What are you
Good
saying?
evening, Nora. So I want to take you down to the local level. You want granular data? This is the
Jared
city
Goff.
of
Look at
Philadelphia.
this. W20
These are
gifted, bro.
precincts in the city of Philadelphia. We've talked all night. about how
Arwen,
important
thanks for the
turnout is
gifted.
here,
RX,
but also vote
Zane.
shift.
Zane
We're looking
Adams.
at some analysis that my
W.
colleagues Corey
Zane.
and Kabir have been running on those
Holy
precincts. And I
cow,
can tell
we're on
you
fire
that
today.
We're seeing a vote shift at about -2
Where is this?
overall from
All right,
Democrats.
Philadelphia,
2020
that was a
to
close
now.
one. You
And
almost
can
look
see
like Rhode
coming in
Island
live,
there.
populating here.
Don't do it
but
again,
The really key
okay?
thing here, Nora, is in
Everyone
neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods,
You
including
know,
up in here in the northern part. In
I'm not sure how I feel about
as we
Rhode
get up
Island.
Here away from the center city.
Really?
We're seeing perhaps a 6 to 8.
Rhode Island sounds more like a city to
from
me.
2020 away
You know what I'm
from
saying?
the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the
Rhode
other
Island
way
sounds more like a
after
city to
maybe,
me.
you know, Donald Trump's comments. Or
You know, I
other
know more
comments that they'd
people
heard, but nope, in fact,
Alaska than
that
Rhode
is
Island.
going back towards Donald Trump.
What does
right
it say
now.
about
So
Rhode
all
Island?
in all, the other
Is
thing
Alex
that's really
Earl from
important
Rhode
here is
Island?
it looks like turnout is also tracking.
That's the question
to be
I'd like
a
to
little
know.
Lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far, and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right? Might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now. None of that bodes well for
What's that
Kamala
show
Harris,
in the
and that's
Eagles
your local
when that
level
one guy
from
plays?
Philadelphia.
What's that show on the Eagles where Mark Wahlberg he plays on the Eagles?
Viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that sounds counterintuitive,
Invincible.
right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it.
I'll tell you what.
One of the polls that has been the
Invincible
most
is just the
illustrative
NFL
for
version
me
of Rudy.
from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants, and half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population.
So efficiently through
insight into the Pennsylvania.
Said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants, and half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started.
Kyle! Kyle! Screenshot this! Holy shit! Copyright! Copyright them! Copyright them! She's using my emote. She's using it. You can't just do my shit and not give me credit for it. She didn't cite nothing there. Send him! Send him a letter there! Come on! Are you shitting me? That's my form. Show the thumb here. If the thumb is like this. No, Kyle, Kyle, okay, sarcasm there. I love you, but that was sarcasm. All right, love you, bro. Okay, that is true, though. Okay, Kyle's here.
New York City is
Bam, perfect time for an ad. An ad saves us. Sue. I don't sue. You know what I do? I send letters. Love letters. And Flat Stanleys. Me personally, Flat Stanley is the most underappreciated, thing in school. Flat Stanley, and I'll stand on that.
Now streaming on the free
I'll stand
CBS
on that.
News app.
You learn how to send mail.
It's like a screenplay. Something
Okay? You learn how to send mail.
It's 48 hours.
Flat Stanley stood on business. That is 100% correct. Give her VIP! Get a VIP! You know what I love about VIP is I'm the only one that can give it, and I'll be honest. It is going to take the moon and the sun colliding into each other for me to VIP you on the spot. Okay, you wanna know why? I don't. I see you and then you're gone pretty fast. This thing is going like this, okay?
Superstar approaching.
It's going like this. You see it? You see it and it's gone here.
Also lift up other voices.
Okay? W Flat Stanley. Look at that. Bro is spitting. Thank you. VIP me. He put 4K on Trump. Thank you, Kalishi. Thank you, Kalishi. Look at that. I don't know what to do anymore. I do know what to do.
I'm Lindsay Reiser at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides.
I love the purple suit
Most
here.
voters in Arizona cast ballots by mail, and election officials
W Sketch.
estimate that
Love you,
results
Pookie
could
Sketch. I
take
love you more.
About 2 weeks to finalize this year.
Love for all of us.
Maricopa has one of the largest voting constituencies in the country.
Maricopa.
With roughly 2.6 million
You know who's
voters
from
registered this
Maricopa?
election.
Yo!
From CBS's
Thanks
Chris
for the
Van
10
Cleave in
gifted.
Phoenix. Chris, good to see you. What can you tell us about the
Handsome
early vote?
fella! Handsome fella! Thank you, bro!
Of those 2.6 million registered
W
voters,
handsome
we
fella.
have returns of more than
W handsome fella.
1.1 million that have been posted. Now, the early vote, particularly this first batch, these were ballots that were returned well in advance. Those tend to lean
Oh, I
Democratic,
see it.
and that's
Look at it. Look
what
at how.
these
Look
are
at everyone
showing.
here. I see
we
nothing but
expect several
lovers
of the
here.
races to tighten
Lovers
up
here
as more
and
more of
lovers
the votes
there.
come in,
I see
particularly
lovers
the day of voting,
everywhere.
which tends to lean Republican.
Chris, there's also an abortion ballot measure voters are deciding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so in early voting, that is passing by a 2/3 margin. We spoke with the supporters of that measure. It would codify abortion as a right in the state constitution. They feel very, very optimistic.
No,
based
CJ
on these
Stroud
first returns
slander
that this
here.
is going to pass here in Arizona.
Like right now,
Interestingly,
W
though, we
ads.
talked
Hey,
to,
I don't run that
Congressman
many
David
ads, and
Schweikert's
it's not
team.
my fault,
He's
okay?
a very pro-life Republican. There's
You
been a lot
know,
of talk
it's
about
not my
whether that
fault
makes him more
anymore.
vulnerable. His
I'm just
team
kidding.
believes
You wanna
this
see
allows
something?
Republicans to
Bro,
vote their conscience and
when
vote
should I
their
do the
party
House?
and
Should I do the
re-elect
House
him in
bill
District
tomorrow?
1. So that's one of the races we're watching because that
I
in
got
theory,
some
should
pretty
be a very
cigar
close
in it.
race.
How about the Senate race? How's that shaping up?
Whoa, I thought
Right
that
now,
guy was in my
CBS
house.
has
I'm
it
not gonna
leaning,
lie.
Ruben
I'm
Gallego,
pretty
the
saucy.
Democratic
Saucy
challenger
here.
over Carrie
Saucy
Lake, who
Santana.
is a
Look at
local
that.
television news
They
anchor,
call me
well-known
Zesty Zonk.
here.
W
She ran
Zonk
for
in the
governor
chat.
unsuccessfully
Can I get some
2
W
years
Zonk
ago,
in the chat?
But we also expect that margin to tighten up.
W
as more votes
Zonk,
come in,
if you
but
know,
right
you
now,
know.
CBS
Look at that
News
W
has that
Zonk here.
leaning as a Democratic hold.
No, not Zonk.
Chris, any of your sources
Zonk.
there
It's
saying
Zonk,
when we
bro.
might know result of some of these big races,
Look at
including the
that.
presidential race in Arizona?
It really comes down
Come
to how
on!
close they are, Lindsay. If it's a very, very close race like it was in 2020,
Yo, thanks
it
for
could
the
be
10,
several
Zane.
days. If we're talking about
W.
several
Zane
percentage
here.
points difference,
He's on
we
fire.
could know
We're on
that,
fire together.
perhaps as soon as tomorrow. But it's unusual that we know him that quickly anymore here in
All right.
Arizona.
Chris Van Cleave in Phoenix, thank you so much. Polls are scheduled to close in 4 more Western
Bro's
states at
in
the top
Phoenix,
of the hour.
and he's got on two
California, Idaho,
jackets.
Oregon, and
I don't know.
Washington.
I'm
You're
not a
watching
conspiracy
America
theorist, but
Decides.
is that a green screen there? What's going on here?
Warning, a visit with the Wayans at Papa's
Stop.
house.
Whoa,
Plus, affairs
Jill.
of state with the diplomat.
I'm in the
and
thick of it.
praise
Yo,
pigeons.
he's in the thick of it
Listen
here.
for the trumpet.
Let's do it. Have you ever been in the thick of it? I've been in the thick of it one time.
Superstar approaching.
One time I ran a card shop.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Okay, and I built it up into a multi-$1,000 business.
If you can't get
Multi-$1,000.
okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
It's true. WTCG. Your shop sucks. That's not true. Sketch, do a fit check.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
A fit check.
Really a question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Election night in America, Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, and the polls are now closed from coast to coast. America decides right now.
Are we ready to do this? We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
Yo, no F words. Feels like a UFC main event. It does.
CBS News, America Decides.
Look at this. Look at this. We're on Tron right now.
Reporting,
What is
Nora
this
O'Donnell.
graphic here?
Welcome
Oh
back
my
to
God,
CBS
that looks
News
like a
Election Night headquarters
that looks like a
here
football
in
ad
New
there.
York, and we're coming on the air
Fork.
with some breaking news in Georgia.
I have plenty of
CBS
forks
News
now. I
rates
moved
the
into a place with
presidential
forks.
race there
And
as
knives,
lean
and spoons,
Trump. This is the
and
first
wine
of the
glasses.
7
Look at that.
battleground
I moved
states
up.
that we are
I
rating
leveled up
as
here.
lean one way or the
I
other.
level up,
and at
okay?
this hour, we rate it as lean Republican. We'll be checking in on the battleground states throughout the night, but we also want to give you results from Western states where polls just closed. In California,
I'm gonna
Vice
see
President
what-
Harris's home state, CBS News projects that she will win there. In
What?
Idaho, CBS News projects Trump will win. And over 5 decades, Idaho has supported a Republican for the presidency. And here is where we stand right now in the race to 270, shows Donald Trump with
Sketch cutie?
211
Whoa.
electoral votes, and Kamala
BB in the
Harris
Whispers.
with
Who's that? Awesome
145. A number of states
Samay.
still to be
Sketch,
called.
how's your day
We'll go
going?
now to Major Garrett and
It's
Anthony
getting close,
Salvanto
people.
at the data desk. And so
Yep, here.
why
If
is
who are you
Georgia
voting
now
for?
lean
Put in the
Republican?
comments. Who are you voting for?
Nora
Cutie
and the
Patootie.
team here in a moment. Anthony,
Cute outfit
walk
for
us
a
through
cutie.
how
Look at
we got
this.
to
I'm
this
fitted
lean
all the
Trump
time. Look at me. I
designation
love
for
fits.
Georgia.
I
It's
throw
16
fits. Like a
electoral
toddler.
votes in a state that former President Trump very much wanted to flip.
So you see, there's still some vote outstanding.
Holy
right? It's
demographic here.
88% in. But what I'm going to do is show you our models here that incorporate
All right.
what we expect out of
like
that
a friggin'
vote.
Fred
And so
party here.
When you do that, you see that Donald Trump's current lead
LeBron
holds
James.
up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this, though, and why it's a lean,
I vote sketch
but
in
not a
2028, bro.
projection,
It's in
is if I show you
2028.
that in terms of the range
We
of
can't
possibilities
get too
here.
excited
And what you
now.
see
It's in
is that
2028 when I
Trump's
come.
range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's
You know what
range
will
around that
happen?
estimate is in this
Oh,
blue bar.
my.
There is still
Oh,
some
my.
overlap here, so we can't.
I
be
can make
certain,
great
but
things
our
happen,
best
trust me.
estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead.
Free
and therefore
hotels.
we made it lean.
Free
And maybe you
vacations.
can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those
And I
bubbles
did that for
and
you
show
and
you
me.
the numbers. And the numbers tell a story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in Gwinnett.
What?
38,000 remaining in Cobb.
Cobb County.
54,000 remaining in Fulton County.
Gainesville.
29,000
I thought
remaining
Gainesville was
Henry
in
County.
Florida.
So these numbers suggest that there would have to be a tremendous
Henry,
push.
I'm
Vice
too
President
high for this.
in those
Where
places
is
where
the
vote is still
current state
outstanding
of
and they are historically Democratic.
Union here?
And also, Anthony, show the needs and our projection on where the vice president is in terms of the need.
Holy shit.
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now, she's on track to get 58%. Now, there's some estimate, or there's a range around these estimates, right? So you say, well, that is trailing what she needs, hence the lean, but it's not trailing by so much that we can project the race just yet. But we do want to give you, like I said, the whole sense of the race, and that is
Ordered some Taco Bell. I don't
Can we do the
order
same thing
Taco
in
Bell.
Wisconsin?
I have
Because all
pizza
of us here,
rolls.
when I came back
Okay, I'm
from,
distinguished now.
The data desk.
Okay,
with
you should see my
Major,
kitchen. You want to see my
everyone
kitchen?
Was also surprised about what we saw.
How much
in
to see my
Wisconsin.
kitchen?
That
Review
would
lunch
dramatically
list. I do have
change
lunch list.
the
You know what I
path
have? A
to
Feasts
victory.
machine in
So
my
can
house.
we go through that
with my
margin in
face on it.
Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at
Yes.
60, we're at
LOL.
60%. So the
Yes,
needs
LOL,
yet doesn't
maybe.
quite come into play as much. But we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus
Is sketch
the
sleep?
slightly
No, I'm not
lower
sleep. What do you want me to do
turnout,
here?
That's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and
W House tour.
projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do.
Let me
okay?
see if it's
So
possible.
The trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties,
I can just give you
right
a
now
small
she's
tour.
tracking it, getting 44%
Not the whole tour.
of the outstanding vote.
Shotgun,
So,
drink a
again,
beer.
still a lot of vote to come, still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what?
All right.
Small
Thank you
tour,
so much.
please.
I want to go. We're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in Wisconsin. Are you
Yeah,
ready? You
I'll
have
just
them?
very-
real quick. Yeah, because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into Wisconsin,
Yeah.
just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris is up 50 to 49. It's basically 50-50, actually, in what you're about to see on your screen. So it's even, flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So that's
this is the working class vote.
This is the working class vote. This is the connections long-standing to Joe Biden's advocacy for the unions that helped him in 2020. But here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well
I'm sorry.
for the vice president,
I'm
that
sorry,
could be
but
one
Kyle
reason
said
why.
edge them.
Now, one reason it could be going well, just
Kyle
to
said
remind from
edge
something
them,
we talked
so
about earlier,
we have to edge
that
you.
she is winning with seniors
can't do
by
it now.
17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6
We
points.
can't do it now.
So
I'm sorry.
As we watch where
I'm
each
sorry.
coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters
What
in
beer are you
Wisconsin, but
drinking?
she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
No worries.
I think this is a good time to go over to the
It was-
path
it was
to
Kyle-
victory,
it was
and I
Kyle's
know that
call.
Ed O'Keefe is there with
It was
Maurice
Kyle's
Dubois.
call.
So
You want
let's
me to see-
play
you want me
that
to take a
scenario
picture of
out,
something?
Because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
So, it does, and it narrows.
Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways
I'll
that
take a
Democrats can
picture,
get
okay?
to 270 plus, okay? 21
I'm
different
baked,
options.
and this
for our
house is
political
a
unit.
maze.
If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We
I
have.
just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're going to. Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use
Which
the map.
way is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make.
if Georgia does go red.
And make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Gotta hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Gotta flip that.
And give her Arizona.
Gotta take Arizona as well.
That's one way she can do it. The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina, we're going to make that red. North Carolina.
That narrows things.
Michigan.
And
Arizona and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
be the other
Right.
option.
That's 270, right?
Okay. This could go red. And that gets us, it gets her to
287.
It gets the map, it gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia aren't happening.
Thank you. You made it very clear. Let me bring in Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick. Thank you.
Real quick, it's really interesting to imagine all the different scenarios, but I've been talking with my top Democratic sources close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She must win, they believe, those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic. Still optimistic. Perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase, based on a source close to her watching the returns.
Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You expect people to be optimistic at this point, but
it comes down to the turnout, Gail. It's cities and labor. Cities, labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic, from Pelosi to others, that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the data and our reporting, but it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground game, like CBS News political contributor Joel Payne and political contributor Leslie Sanchez, want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are you hearing within Democratic Party ranks at this hour?
I'm hearing similar to the reporting that was just shared. Look, that path to 270 is narrow. I thought it was narrow coming in to the evening. I've said that Harris was a low ceiling, high floor candidate coming into this race. I think that holds true. I think Jen O'Malley Dillon's memo is correct, that it seems like the blue wall is the path. And I will say this, I think Democrats are kind of coming to grips with a stubborn reality that some of the bets that were made in this cycle may just not pay off. That doesn't mean Kamala Harris will lose, But it does mean that some of the bets maybe around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition. There is still a path despite all that. And I remember in 2020, many Democrats around this time of night felt maybe similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same way they feel now. And that race was able to be pulled through. But I think Ed's point is right. I think there are narrow paths to victory, and I think Democrats are bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get past those blue wall states, looking at Nevada, seeing what happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to deliver key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be the places where Democrats will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the map and the path to victory, if she cannot win Wisconsin, in other words, if there's a piercing of that blue wall, she would have to win Arizona.
Right.
And so that's really what it would come down to at this point. Nevada's still too small at 6 EVs. She'd need Arizona, and I have to go back to the magic wall or the data desk and figure out what's happening in Arizona, because I don't have a good sense yet about what's happening in Arizona. Major and Anthony, we'll go to them in just a second, but let me touch base with CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez, because she is with us. And Leslie, I know you've been with us for most of this conversation. We heard Cecilia's reporting and more about the Hispanic vote. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the Democrats are cratering their support among Latino voters, and it's across the board. It starts in Texas.
You want to see a House reveal?
You're seeing stronger
you want to see a leak?
Leaning toward Trump.
You want to see a leak here?
Counties than he did, performing better than he did in 2020.
Look at this.
And I expect that to move into the Sun Belt, into Nevada.
Look at this.
The culinary unions, into Arizona, where you have a lot of working class, middle class Latino voters. I expect that to tip toward Trump as well because of this growing middle class. They are second, third generation Latino.
Why that kind of hard?
Ed O'Keefe talked about.
Why that kind of hard?
On the Republican side, and they are tilting over toward Trump.
Okay.
Because of the economy, because of high inflation.
You kind of see
and
it.
some of them do
you
talk
like
about
the rugs. You like the art.
Economic
you like the art here.
And feeling that pinch is really what's driving that.
Look at this. This is in the Twitter.com. This is in the Twitter.com.
Along that I-4 corridor, the Puerto Rican vote.
Watch this here.
You saw them come eventually aligned under Trump. They were not affected by those, kind of those Madison Square Garden components, and I think expect that in the suburbs of Philadelphia. My reporting says they are coming out for Trump as well.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you.
New House.
And we have a race alert at this hour.
New House.
CBS News rates North Carolina as lean Republican.
What is this here?
And so while the vote count is still coming in,
what is this
models
here?
indicate this race leans Republican for Donald Trump. Remember, this was the one of the 7 battlegrounds that he won 4 years ago and is performing well in the rural areas of North Carolina. You could argue North Carolina was a must-win for Donald Trump.
Oh, my
tonight.
God, that was hard.
And we rate it as
Okay,
lean Republican.
well, that was the wrong
at
leak.
This
I didn't know that
hour,
was
while
in
it is
there.
still early in the night. Let's go now to Major Garrett to explain
Yo!
why.
So lean
It's a
Trump to
fire
North
pole!
Carolina. How did that
It's
happen?
a fire pole!
We should remind ourselves
Is that not
5
hard?
visits by the former
Is that not
president
hard?
to North Carolina in the closing week of this campaign,
on,
underscoring
bro.
its importance as the Trump team looked at the electoral map
If
of the
we
country.
get
So here we have
3,000
86%
people
of the vote in
the
This is
Twitter.com
actual vote
today,
as
I
it
will
has
do
been
a walkthrough.
tabulated.
I will do a walkthrough.
Here is our estimate of where this
Or
will
I'll
land
show
when
at
all
least
the votes are
another
counted. 51.7 for Trump, 48.3
more.
for the vice president. Where's the outstanding
It's pretty
vote?
sick.
We still
It's
see
pretty
some
big.
outstanding vote there. But again, the
What's the
numbers
link?
keep getting
What do you mean, what's the
smaller
link?
and
There is no
smaller.
link.
Mecklenburg,
What-
yes,
hey!
there's vote out there, but
Thanks for the Prime
it's
sub,
simply
bro.
not manifesting itself
6,200
in the way that the
subs.
vice
Thanks,
president
bro.
needs if she's going to prevail in North
W
Carolina.
community
Our
here.
estimates suggest she needs
Is anyone hungry?
59% of that outstanding vote, and we project, when it's all said and done, and Nora, you joined me over here. Great to have you back at the wall. 48%. So that's a big gap. 59% she needs. 48% is our current estimate based on outstanding vote, historical patterns, and exit poll data.
So you heard Robert Costa's reporting. The Jen O'Malley Dillon
I'm not
has
gonna
now
lie.
sent out a
Every
memo.
time I've
She's
gone
the
on
campaign
camera,
manager
I've gone
for
down
Vice
a fire
President Harris,
pole and
says
took
they
a rip
still
of a
believe
bong.
that the blue wall is the ultimate way
Not gonna lie.
to
Pretty
win.
cool.
It's
Is that
close
not
in
sick, though?
Pennsylvania. It may
I
take
feel
a
like
couple
I'm
days to get the
Michael
vote
Jordan
there.
or something
Michigan,
right now. Holy shit.
It looked fairly good last time.
Is
we
that not
looked.
baller?
Wisconsin did not look that
Not
great.
look good.
Is
no.
that not
But we were
baller?
talking, and I heard you.
I'm
in the
living
other
like
room,
Snoop
You
Dogg.
guys are on the other side of the wall about
W.
Arizona.
Snoop
So
Dogg.
let's go
Yes,
to Arizona.
because this was my thing. Because
W. Snoop
Wisconsin's
Dogg.
11 electoral votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's
Pretty
where
sick
the,
there.
That's where the total
Pretty
is
sick there.
currently. This is our estimate. We have it
Gable
at
10, what are you
50.3
gambling
to
on?
49.7. How does that compare to 2020? We remember how close it was.
Oh, I didn't even
That's
forgot to ask
overperformance of Joe
Jinxie
Biden.
about.
Things presently look good in Arizona. And
For
here's-
the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County, let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County, more than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61% of the statewide turnout. Let's go down to Tucson's Pima County. How much is outstanding? 273,000. So let's go back to that basic question. What does Kamala Harris need in Arizona to prevail? 50%. What do we have a current estimate of her projected ability to retain or achieve from the outstanding vote? 51%, on the razor's edge.
So Margaret Brennan and John
Everything
Dickerson, we should
gifted,
look
I
at
go
because
down the
Arizona
poll
is
and
one
I
of the
post it
two
on the
battleground
Twitter com.
states that has an
Everything
abortion
gifted.
initiative or
Okay,
something to
everything
expand
gifted.
reproductive rights. So I'm curious how that affected the vote. And of course, oh, well, excuse me. I'm asking the wrong person. Major Garrett has it right here. Oh,
I have an answer for you, Nora.
yeah.
So,
I'm
we
just
see
kidding.
this,
I'm gonna drink beer
63%.
instead.
We also see
Look at this. Beer for
Trump
me, beer for you.
well ahead of Kerry Lake running for the Senate. So
If
there
you're
are-
Team USA,
in
say
Arizona,
USA.
and this was a big question. Would there be Trump-Ruben Gallego votes in Arizona? Actually, in fact, there were. But was there a transference on the question of abortion and linkage with Vice President Harris?
I'll be honest.
This data indicates not nearly as
What's
much
a
as the Democrats.
transference?
I'm wondering if she's riding,
Is that a-
if the vice
is that a
president is
French
riding the coattails
transfer?
of
What is that?
Gallego and
Transference.
the abortion initiative.
She very well might.
That's a
She
big-
very well
that's a
might.
big word
but not
there.
nearly as strong. There's not that connection that many people thought there might be.
All right, so
W.
let's go back to
Heartburn,
the
though.
path to
It's
victory
okay. I fight through it.
on that front.
Why?
Now that
Because
both
I-
Georgia
because
and
we
North
do.
Carolina are in the lean Republican column. Maurice Dubois and Ed O'Keefe are there. Gentlemen?
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, this is the current map, right? 211 to 145, with many votes still to be counted.
Goldbelly is shipping the world's greatest food nationwide.
No free ads!
If you want Ina Garten's famous coconut cake, Danielle
Trump with
Just
9 votes.
9. So
nine
all he
electoral
needs
votes.
is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania.
Okay,
eventually.
every
It
time I
might
click
take a
on the
few days.
screen, it's
And
never
both of
what's
these, that
actually
same
going
General
on.
Malley Dillon
It's
memo,
like
by the
a
way,
theory
says
of
we're
what's
not gonna
going
get final
on.
vote Till about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin. So stick with us.
So then for Kamala
Who's
Harris, what
winning?
does that
Well,
look
then,
like?
okay, so she's at
Does
226.
anyone know?
Gotta take that.
USA
Let's say
beer.
she
Does anyone
squeaks
know
by
who's
there.
winning?
Let's say she squeaks by in Michigan.
We
Now
have
she
any
needs 10
any
more.
confirmations
Let's
here?
Let's make that red right now. See?
Okay,
This is the problem
All right,
for her.
This is a major. All right.
Okay?
Nevada?
Turn it blue.
Center blue. Okay. She holds Nevada from last time.
But he wins.
He does win.
Okay?
Is that true, though? I mean, like, I get if you're fans of...
For that one, she wins.
That shows you exactly.
Watch
This
the
is why we're-
NBC.
this
What
is
are we
why we're
on
gonna
then?
be here a few
I think
days,
this is
potentially, because
NBC,
if we're going
bro.
to get in all these tight margins.
we're on
We're going to
CBS.
have to be waiting for every single last vote.
Look at this W
That's the way it could
communication here.
conceivably happen.
If you haven't bitten your nails yet,
Start biting.
they're going to be bitten. All right. That's where we stand. Those are the past, Nora.
Awesome.
NBC. You like NBC?
Where we are on the path to 270.
Okay, this is what I wanted to see. The people.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much.
There's
and
the
we're
people.
joined now by podcast host John
Content
Lovett
there.
and Dan Pfeiffer,
Content.
both White House veterans. I believe we have them right now. Oh,
Look
not
at
yet.
this.
We're going to go
It
to
literally looks like, I don't
they're
know.
coming
This
up.
is
We're
crazy.
gonna go to
Is
Peter
this Red Deer
Peter
Blue
Alexander.
Team?
Peter
Is
Alexander,
this
from
really
get the
what it
view
is?
from the Harris headquarters. It sounds like Donald Trump
Holy
is talking
cow.
about coming out and saying
like
something.
a dystopian
What are you doing from the
movie.
Harris campaign?
Red versus Blue Team. When did it come to
We'll
this?
always defer to the Pod Save America guys if they want to go. You'll let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes,
Trump's
NBC
li-
News
what are
did
Trump's
obtain
live
a
odds?
memo
What
that
do you
was
mean?
sent
You're saying
out
they're minus
by the
1600?
chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says
Anyone here
that
hungry?
they have always said that the clearest
If you're
path to
hungry, say
270
aye.
electoral votes lies through the blue
If
wall
you're
states.
not
And here's
hungry,
what she
say
says
no.
specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed
DoorDash,
early
Uber
vote
Eats, or
expectations in Bucks
Postmates?
County, one of those key
DoorDash,
smaller
Uber
counties
Eats, or
that she's
Postmates? Which one?
suburbs
Which
of
one?
Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia.
Which one?
But we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong
Posty,
turnout
no,
from
Uber
early
Eats,
vote and
DoorDash.
election day
The guy
voting
that
in
said
other
no,
parts
you
of the
got
state.
some
And
pretty
finally,
bad internet, bro.
in Wisconsin, where
I'm
they're
sorry,
keeping a close
but
eye
you
on that
were,
blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin
You're
until
pretty far
tomorrow
back there,
morning
bro.
between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway, perhaps, from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall.
Why
which
does that guy
started and
keep
maybe
saying
ending
that about
as
C.J.
their
Stroud?
best
You
path
did
to
not.
victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they
WCJ
still have
Stroud
some
in the
ground
chat.
to make up, there's still a lot of data out
I'm
there.
gonna show you my
And
jersey
that's where, at
collection
least according to her
eventually. It's
memo,
pretty
which
sick.
effectively said
I got-
goodbye to
I
the
got a
staff
lot of 'em.
for the night, said we'll do it again late
I
into the
started
night and
collecting
start
'em.
again
Do you
strong
like to collect?
in the morning.
Okay.
That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
I like to collect.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now,
All
without
the
further ado,
time.
let's go to
All
the
the
host of
time,
Pod
I like
Save
to
America, Democrats John Levitt and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly, and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that seems right. And when you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to maybe the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
Call Jinxie.
John, let me ask
Can
you
someone
about
make a
what we've
thirst
been
trap of
observing
me?
young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and, in fact, winning the youth vote according to our exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink. But I do think that I
You're
think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some late polling and some late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to
All right, since you keep
Pennsylvania?
telling me to
I mean,
drink,
that
I guess I'll
certainly has
drink.
been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
It is the essential state because
Was he
if
ripping
Georgia and North
Moscow
Carolina,
mules?
she does not win. And there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania. And so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
And we have another call to make. I believe we're going to get a state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down right now. A difference of about 472,000, 473,000 votes. In the road to 270, that leaves Harris with 165, 214 for Donald Trump down. Let's go to Republicans' Mike Dubke, White House Communications Director under former President Trump, and Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now to try to understand where this is going?
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Levitt just made.
because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about
I can't
today,
sit down.
you really
I don't
see
want to
that,
fuck up
that
the green
Americans
screen.
think that the
Okay, I want
country's
to
on
show
the
you
wrong
as much as
track.
possible.
We think the
Because I'm a nice
economy,
guy.
we're
It's
better
just not
off
a
4
green
years ago
screen
than
here.
we are today.
Do y'all like green
and
screen?
When you look at
Bro, the new
way,
setup is crazy.
Harris tried to distance herself
Trust me, it's
from
crazy.
Biden, I think this all came down to whether she'd be successful with that, and it looks like she wasn't.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you to bear with me for a second because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen. And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There's the breakdown right now, about a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us in the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214. Harris now with
270 is the majority?
electoral votes. We'll get back
What's
to our
270
conversation.
times 2?
Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign
540?
doing what it can to try to keep hope alive.
So how many electoral votes are there total?
Any good news for
how many
Democrats
electoral
in these
votes are there
results.
total? Does anyone know?
Donald Trump is running about a point or a point
420.
and a half
Hey.
ahead of where he was in 2020.
This guy knows what's up
in
here.
these counties, in these blue wall counties,
This
that
guy knows what's up here.
75% of the vote is in. And Kamala Harris is
I love
running
y'all.
behind in these
I
urban
love
areas
y'all.
by 1 or 2 points compared
I
to
love
where
y'all.
President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. It's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. You know, they go red and then they tend to go, the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now, they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But, you know, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think the last I looked was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as this.
All right, Sarah, Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin,
stop saying the blue wall. I don't know what that is, bro. Come on.
North Carolina, the entire
What's the blue
Sun
wall?
Belt,
Someone
she still
tell
gets
me.
there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News
What
right now.
states are those?
91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles. Remember those giant
Pennsylvania,
bubbles? That's
Wisconsin,
the vote that
Michigan?
still is outstanding. We're still
Okay,
waiting on
and there
this
goes
vote
the
to be
map.
counted.
Bring the
And
map
we know
back.
the
Come
exact
on.
number. We can estimate the exact number. We think it's
He
going to
said
be
Pennsylvania,
about
Michigan,
487,000
Wisconsin?
votes. There's still almost 500,000
Like
votes
around
out
the-
in Georgia.
or is it around all the stuff
still
around
up for
the
grabs
lakes?
here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area.
It's all the ones
50%
around
of
the
vote is
lakes?
going to come from this area right here. First County, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69%.
Bushwhacker! Come on,
They had
bro!
the vote counted
We're on
there.
fire!
I want to move down
We're
there
on
because there is
fire!
something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you
It's
guys about the
okay.
Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she
Look
was
at that.
underperforming there. Remember, this was
W
Biden's
community.
number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go
LSU,
around
thanks for
here,
the
okay?
sub here.
These are black. These are counties where it's a majority African American.
Holy cow, though, it's
52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia.
Thanks for the 5 gifted, Bushwhacker. Let's
So
go.
much. We'll go to Chuck because Chuck, we were talking about
Wildfire.
Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020,
Come on.
and those voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first
Bush
of all,
again comes again.
look,
Go
Georgia
on,
is
bro.
going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding,
exactly.
you think there's a shot.
Okay,
I
does
think we
anyone
will
know
be-
what's going
I think
on?
We might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're
I'm gonna
them, you
sit
can't
down.
totally write it off. There's a path there. But
Lots of words being said, not much registering here. I'm not sure.
Comparisons to 2020. Just simply
River Run
Trump
with
margins.
5. Come
Not in-
on.
These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could
My
actually win
boy's
the
on
popular vote
fire
if he
here.
wins the
Come
Electoral
on now.
College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has
Is that a
has
bald spot
improved his
there?
standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling.
It's on a bald
But it is
spot.
why this time we are unlikely to have
We're good,
a
though.
split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the electoral college
That's not a bald
is
spot.
probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not
Dramatic.
nitpicking about a point or two here. You're talking
No.
with Texas
5
at
points,
5,
10
6,
points,
7,
yeah.
8. I mean, that's
Well, this is the
cowlick
Hispanic shift
there.
in the Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive
That's a
Latino shift that
cowlick
we've
there.
seen tonight in those 2 states, but it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is making, saying if this race does not go
I love you,
Kamala
Junko.
Harris's way,
Call
this is a
Jinxie.
moment of reckoning
Okay,
for
I'll
the
call
Democratic
Jinxie.
Party. This person saying there
Zane
needs to
with
be a
another
hard look at
10.
what went wrong and
He's on
potentially
fire.
Really,
That's my
a real
friend. That's my
passing of the
lover.
baton
That's
when
my
it
lover,
comes to
Zane.
leadership. And of course, the attention will turn
No longer
to President
rumored.
Biden.
Okay,
and
that's
when
my
he
lover.
stepped
His
aside,
name is Zane.
72% in our
He's a
exit
great
polls saying
guy.
the country is
He's a
headed in
great
the wrong
guy.
direction.
Voting is
That's
done.
the backdrop
Everywhere?
to all of this.
I don't know.
President
Where's
Biden
Hawaii?
and this immense
Where's Hawaii?
dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party was allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stopped being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and again,
Jinxie
right now.
said he never farted on me. Liar.
I get what that
Liar.
lawmaker is telling you because
Guess what?
if you look at the last,
Guess
right,
what?
the whole Biden wasn't a
Slide
pick
me
of the
a
future.
sub,
It was
gang.
whatever you do
Hey,
for Trump.
I can and I will slide you a sub
Welcome back.
in the future.
Some of our
3
stations
years
on
from
the
now.
East
You
Coast.
stick with me for 3 years, I'll slide you a sub. Look at
It
that.
is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along with us. This is NBC's election night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to
Yo,
win
Blitz,
the
what's
White House.
crazy?
So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close
No,
to
call
call.
Bobby
We've talked a
Lee.
lot about
I
the
can't
different
call Bobby
counties and
Lee. I
whether
can
there's
text
enough
him, though.
for Kamala Harris to
I love-
make up
I
where
love
she's
Bobby
lost
Lee.
in some of the rural areas. Here, let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more vote to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens.
Go,
Too
Queso!
close to call.
Where's
North
Queso
Carolina,
at?
Too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there. But
Okay,
again,
I'll tell you
starting
what's
to
going to
see
happen.
88% of the vote
I'll
coming
tell you
in
what's
there.
going to
Let's go
happen.
out west, Arizona, too early
Okay,
to call.
Texans are going to win
Polls
the next
closed about
3
2.5
games.
hours ago there.
And then they're going to lose against the Ravens.
Looks like we have a projected
and then they're
winner.
going to win
This
out.
just came in right
and then
now.
after
Okay,
that,
North Carolina,
we're going to do the
Donald Trump is the
unthinkable
projected winner.
and
You
have
see the margin there, 136,000.
what do they call it?
So
What's it
Donald
called
Trump, improved on
in
his
March
margin
Madness?
by back of the envelope
Cinderella
math,
run.
50,000.
We're going to have a
votes there in
Cinderella
North
run.
Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed
We
back into the
refuse to
blue
stop.
column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path.
Okay.
It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now.
Okay.
172
Again,
electoral
what is the
votes
blue
for
wall?
Kamala
It's
Harris and Donald Trump in the
Michigan,
lead right now.
Wisconsin,
Let's go to Tom right
and
now, and
something
we'll
else.
talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's path.
Every
to
time they
victory.
say it, they move the map.
Show you real quick how
Okay,
Trump wins,
here we
right?
go.
How we
Another
project that he wins.
fucking
Robinson
clusterfuck
right now,
here.
64.9%, 30% in. You can see
No,
how Trump's
none of
overperforming
us
here.
know
As we
what
go
the
along these
counties
rural
mean.
counties, you can see Trump's
on.
numbers are increasing. 63 4 years
Show
ago.
us the raw data
66
here.
tonight. We'll keep moving along here.
Okay.
50%, 53%. So Lester, you asked how does this
66,
affect him
32.
in the race
Okay,
for president?
50,
Let's go back out to our big board
231,
here, the road to
72.
270.
Okay, I'll act
when we
like I know what's
started
going
out
on
tonight, right, the
I'll
path
do
to
what-
victory
I'll do what this
here,
guy's doing.
Trump
He
had
just
10,
reads the
Harris has
numbers and
9.
acts
That's
like
because
he
we just
knows
called
what he's
North
doing.
Carolina. We can't even remove it anymore.
Exactly.
This number before we called
Click
North
on the button.
Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North Carolina. President Biden had won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to
Where's the
Georgia. We're
current
going to be looking at the vote
map?
in
Why is it
Georgia. But as
always-
Chuck mentioned, very, very close in Georgia, and we're going to be waiting
this
on
the
that
current
vote,
map?
the full vote to come out of
How
Atlanta
does
and those ring
California
counties
vote
right now.
before
But a big
Utah?
win for former President Trump. It's the first
What the hell
battleground we're calling
Pennsylvania
tonight.
and Georgia doing?
All right, Tom, thanks very much.
Remember, there was some late polling in the state
Google.
that came just over the weekend that suggested that perhaps Kamala Harris was surging in North Carolina, that maybe she was making gains among some of these voters. That is clearly not turning out to be the case. That said, you've seen the reporting from her campaign that they are looking at the all-important blue wall. Of course, the question is, if Georgia goes, and I know you and Chuck were just talking about Georgia, but if Georgia does end up in the red column, it is Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Well, to that point, the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, who people are familiar with from the last election, has said on the record that Trump has an insurmountable lead in
Why is
Georgia
Pennsylvania cool
with the
all of a
number of
sudden?
votes outstanding. So he's the
Seriously.
Secretary of State. I think he knows what he's speaking
Come on.
of, but we will continue
We've
to
got
watch.
Come
we've got
on.
another race
We
to
don't give
follow,
a
the
fuck what
presidential call.
Pennsylvania
This is in the
thinks.
state of Virginia. This call coming a
Come
little
on,
later
tell
than
us
many
what
people might
Hawaii's
have
saying.
expected, but Kamala
Leave
Harris
it
will
to
win
the
the 13
Hawaiians.
electoral votes in Virginia.
You know, they
There's
should
the
be pretty
breakdown right now,
unbiased. They're not even
134,000
over
vote
here.
Difference, 84% of the vote in. That, of course, goes into the Harris column. Here's where that leaves us in the road to 270. Trump with 230 now, 40 from his goal.
Okay, 230,
Harris
185.
with 185.
You know what
electoral
that means?
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki in, former Biden White House press secretary, and Mark Lauder, who was joining us earlier. Jen, we haven't had a chance to talk to you. I mean, look, it's getting to be a narrower path for Kamala Harris, no
Love
question
it. Here,
about
there.
it. It's the blue wall or bust at this point.
It's math.
Yeah, it's math.
Ultimately, look, I think that
What do you
Jen O'Malley
mean?
Dillon email that NBC News obtained that you've talked
Jen-
about a little bit tells you a lot about where the
You don't
heads
talk
are of
anything.
the people on the campaign.
This is the
Because
chair of the campaign.
the
for
chair of the
Harris.
campaign. She was also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not talk about it. I know NBC has not made a call in Georgia, but they did not mention that Georgia is not a part of that email. Neither is North Carolina. You just made a call on
Email.
that. It's about the blue wall states.
What
and
the
she
fuck?
warns that Arizona and Nevada will
Email.
take some time.
Okay,
What does
I've never
become
been this
challenging, I
mad.
think part of
This
the
is like
purpose of an
someone
email
bringing
like
up
that is also
MySpace
to buck up
or
the
my
troops
leaks.
inside.
Two things you can't
the
talk
team
about.
has been working so hard for months.
Okay,
That's part
I'm
of it,
just
and also
kidding.
to
Look at
send
that.
that
W.
note to
Mark
supporters.
Zuckerberg.
But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's
Look
no
at
more
that.
margin for error.
I'm just kidding.
Or no more margin for something going a different way than you hoped it
Watch
would. And
Fox.
right now, what the Harris team is doing,
Okay,
which
I don't-
happens
that's
on every
picking a
presidential
side.
campaign, as you know as well,
I
is
don't
sitting
pick a
in what you
side.
call
I'm
the
like
boiler room, room, which
Jinxie?
is kind of an intense word
Behind
to
the
use, but
brush.
that's what it's called. And they're looking at their
You know what
vote
Jinxie's
goals
like?
in these counties
Jinxie's
and
like-
how the outcome
Jinx, he's
aligns.
built like a
and you look
scarecrow.
at
If he
everything
was
from
doing
did they
this,
get what they needed in the big
he's
cities
built like a
in Philly. There
scarecrow.
are some cities that haven't fully come in, so they're waiting for those. But also what the margins are for Trump, which are higher, as you've been reporting.
What are
We've
they
been talking
saying?
about
Are
over
they?
on
Is this?
MSNBC,
Are we
in some of the
political
rural
all of a sudden?
counties, meaning he's getting
When
more
did we get
votes
political?
there that they
You
need
know
to
what?
make up
You
for
wanna
in
know
the
what's
cities.
political?
So it's a numbers.
I
It's a
am.
numbers game in each of these states.
My house has
Even
a
in
sauna.
reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing
definitely
margins.
do
We just saw it
politics.
in Virginia. We called
Okay,
it.
I
Kamala
own a
Harris
little
won
bit
it,
of
but I believe
Bitcoin.
by a
I definitely do
smaller margin than
politics.
She did, or that the Democrats did 4
I
years
call it
ago. I want to show
politics, 'cause
Minnesota
I
right
ball
now,
out.
which we are calling too
And I have
close
some
to
ticks.
call. And this is a reliably blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like.
Politics.
The breakdown.
What are you
Half
saying?
Of the vote in. It's called too close to call again. When you see
Minnesota.
that wide margin, you were
Holy
thinking,
shit.
what are
When
you
did-
guys
where did they
talking
get
about?
these yearbook
It's because our
pictures of
decision
these
desk is
guys?
crunching the numbers. They know
Holy
where
shit.
those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts
my question
or
is,
reliably
who's
in
drunker
Kamala
out of
Harris
both
or a
of them?
Democratic
Someone's
area
gotta be
of the
drinking.
state, and on that basis, they're saying too close to call. Does that surprise you?
Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's a one certainly that the Harris team
Sketch
would
is
love to have
toast.
been in
I'm
their
not
win
toast.
column
Guess
earlier.
what? I'm
But
smooth as
again,
butter.
I think for them, what becomes harder
Smooth
and
as butter.
harder is as you get more vote total in.
Okay,
and the
oh my
path
gosh,
becomes
what is
narrower
Fox
and
saying?
narrower
Okay, we'll
and
see what
narrower,
the-
and that's
okay.
a bit where they are
By
at
the way,
this moment.
the sitting governor, Tim Walz, on the ticket. Minnesota's governor, Tim
And
Walz.
a pretty popular
Where are
governor
they?
in Minnesota. And there's a
Fox
lot of things that
Atlanta.
would bend the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but
Okay, 34.
If you've been waiting to apply for disability benefits, don't. Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm a lawyer at Atticus. Applying as soon as you're unable to work.
Okay, lesson 1. If your lawyer is co-starring in an infomercial, don't use them. But if they have their own infomercial, use them, okay? Like Better Call Saul or, I don't know, what's his name? I'm the Texas Hammer. Who's the Jim Adler. Jim Adler. Use Jim Adler. Who's this guy? Okay. We got a battle of cousins here. A battle of good friends. Why is it muted? Is it muted for you? Okay, Kehoe, Quadre. You can hear me? Refresh. Okay, refresh it. It's muted, bro. They muted us. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're bound to leak something, okay? History repeats itself. History repeats itself. You are on the wrong stream, and that's not on my fault. Sketch. My name is not Sketch. My name is Skibbity. Call me Skibbity. Okay, I see the big one.
We made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication.
I thought that was Donald
maybe
Trump.
it
Who's
was
that guy?
in 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting to count.
Sketch
states
OD
to be
hammer.
called.
I'm not OD,
Right
bro.
now,
I'm not
it's
OD,
like
bro.
2016 and 2020.
I'm chilling.
It is interesting.
I chill.
And, yeah, and then the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant, because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making
Skibbity,
this
bro's
call
chilling?
now
I am chilling.
suggests that it is.
Should I do
it's a
another
bigger
video of
game,
me going down the slide?
Than there was last time, and Donald Trump won.
Oh,
last
did I just
time
leak that I have a
by
slide
something like
too?
75,000 votes.
Generally speaking, he is.
You know you made it when you have a
overperforming
slide
what he did in
and a
2020,
fireball.
and she is underperforming what Joe
You
Biden
know?
did in 2020, and that ends up with
You know, who else has a slide and a fireball?
At this point, we have to condition it.
Besides
a
Drake,
narrow
maybe.
defeat for Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking
Bro,
about this. and
join the
more
Twitter com,
at
and
the
I don't have a
wall
bald
is
spot.
You do have
Mods, block the
kind
bald
of a
spot
sense
somehow.
of the country in the state of
Or the
North
blank
Carolina,
spot.
in
It's
that there
okay.
is,
They're
there are
growing back.
minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban.
What do you mean
maybe
balding?
more
I'm not
moderate,
balding. Come on, I
population in
don't
and around
bald,
the
and you
big
said I want
cities.
him.
And
Hey,
so
they said
that
I
is
want 'em.
why the Harris campaign thought.
What if I show
with
you
the
the fish
dynamics
tank?
of the country right now that she would
Oh, I have a fish tank.
better shot.
And a movie room.
The headwinds of the economy.
Look at this.
The inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun
She
that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean, we were talking
Oh
earlier
my.
about whether or not the sort of women and the idea
Retreating?
of being the
What do you
first
mean retreating?
post-Roe presidential campaign.
What the fuck is
was
that?
going
That's my room
to,
here.
Supersede how people.
I'm in
felt
a super room.
when they were
It's called
buying
a
eggs
super
and milk.
room.
And certainly North Carolina and other places
call it
that we are
HQ.
seeing start to formulate in these other states. The answer is no.
You know, we have talked about it all night. We've disagreed to a certain degree about the right track, wrong
Bro,
track.
they're not even
There's
showing these people. It's just a fucking
27%
radio
right
camera.
track, 60-something% wrong track. You know, maybe part of that is dissatisfaction with Trump. Maybe some of that is dissatisfaction with the abortion overturn. But in terms of what people live every day,
Bro.
it's the economy, it's the price of
Seven.
eggs,
What does
it's
7 mean?
the
Call
fear of
Junko.
inflation
Junko doesn't want to talk anymore.
the spread of
You wanna know
illegal
why?
immigrants
Ethereum is
north
up
is
6%.
now being felt as an issue, not just on the border, but in northern
How many
states as
Ethereum
well.
coins do you
And
think I
Jake,
have?
I'm going to be interested to figure out.
And I said coins,
find
not
out
coin.
and get all the details.
Over under.
How
Running
much
over under on Ethereum
success
coins
the
for
Trump
sketch here.
campaign had in
Running over
increasing their
under.
share of the
In a-
mail vote. They worked really hard at that.
Over 50.
Yeah, very interesting. Let's bring
Okay,
you a key
well,
race
let's
alert
be
to
more
get you up to
realistic
speed
here.
on where we are in all the states that we have not called. In battleground Pennsylvania, Donald Trump with 51.3%, Kamala Harris 47.6%. Donald Trump more than 212.
Do they know they're on TV?
82% of the estimated vote in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.2%.
Okay, bro, this is
Kamala
just the
Harris
same
at
one.
47%. Donald Trump at 98,014.
At Spectrum, we believe every day
Live
unlocks
here?
unlimited possibilities. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures. And with super reliable internet speeds, you're always front row to the entertainment you love. Switch to Spectrum Internet Advantage.
Give us the most watched one here. I want to see. This is who I'm looking for. This guy. He knows how to count it up. Trust me.
Tonight. That's a factor in this election, and it's going to have to be a factor Congress deals with. And I think there's concern about the state of the world. And Donald Trump did something
is
that
that?
no Republican's been able to do in a
Who
long
is
time, and that
that?
is
I recognize this
position
guy.
himself
Who
as
is
a
that
candidate
talking?
of peace and stability, not
Why
getting
doesn't it
into
say
wars
who's
but
talking?
preventing them through strength, but preventing
kinda
them.
crazy
I think
to
that's a
infer
valuable
that we
lesson.
know who
I
this
do want
guy
to point
is?
out
Who
we
is
don't know
this
yet
guy?
the numbers finally, but in Ohio, a Colombian American, Bernie Moreno, is
Marco
on the verge
Rubio,
of
that's
victory
who it is.
in Pennsylvania and Montana. So, you know, there would be a real responsibility of governing that comes with a majority that gets to 53 or maybe even 54.
Indeed. Senator Rubio joining us there from the Trump campaign headquarters. Nora?
Thank you. And it is a good night for Republicans. You just heard Senator Rubio mention that. And CBS News can now project that Republican Bernie Moreno will win the Senate seat in Ohio. And that flips the seat from Democrat Sherrod Brown, who had been a popular Democrat in that state and had represented the state for some time and had a leadership position in the United
Pauly
States.
D.
But Bernie
Look
Moreno,
at that, me and DJ Pauly. Me and DJ Pauly.
winning
Rumored
handily
lovers.
in that state at this hour.
Rumored
CBS
lovers.
News projects
He has passion.
he will be
I have
the
passion,
next
he
United
has
States
passion.
Senator
We're
from
passionate
Ohio, and joining J.D. Vance, unless J.D. Vance becomes Vice President of the United States.
I do remember on the floor of the convention the day that Vance was picked, Moreno turned to me and said, well, I may end up being the senior senator of Ohio by January. And everyone kind of went, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. But it very well could happen if J.D. Vance is headed to the vice president.
I just want to underscore what Senator Rubio brought up there in terms of we spent so much time talking about the Latino vote and talking about the economy. Those are the two things he said we're thinking of in the wrong way.
Yep. Sure.
Don't look at people based on identity. He
Look on
said,
their job.
look on their jobs, on their pay, on
That's true.
inflation, and hitting that again
That's
and
what I
again.
was saying And that's been the Rubio thesis since he ran for president in 2016.
Well, it's
so
also been the
coming
Trump
true.
thesis for the 2 years he's been running
Exactly.
this campaign.
Everyone
Those have
knows
been
the
the two
thesis and
issues.
the
The Harris
conclusion
campaign
make
had a
the
much
story.
shorter runway, a much shorter
Without
time
the
on this
thesis or the
campaign. As you pointed out at
conclusion,
the get-go, less than 100
You have
days.
no story. Where's the
and
thesis?
We're not seeing that reproductive
much thesis
health
do
care
we
vote
have?
play out as some had expected.
You know, I asked the Vice President Kamala Harris when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago,
that's
and
a
I
flex.
said, Have you
She
had
tried
enough
to
time?
flex on us.
And she said, I'm
She
going to
just
make the
flexed
most
on us.
of the time I have.
that
But there
WRL
certainly will be
flex?
some soul searching within the
Was that
Democratic
subtle,
Party.
or is
whether,
that- or is that brazen?
President Biden stuck around too long.
You
He
know,
didn't
when I
give the
talked to
vice
both of
president
them
enough
last
time to present her case to the American people.
One tiny point on the Bernie Moreno. It means you now have another Republican senator from a Republican-leaning state.
Which country
The
should I go
split ticket
to?
voting that creates the conditions for a bipartisanship is going away. So Sherrod Brown was a Democrat in a red state.
Everyone
When,
in here put
when
W.
Nixon and
Sonny.
Reagan were
W.
elected,
Sonny,
there were
man.
half of the states they won had Democratic senators.
W. Sonny,
now
man.
that's almost down to zero. And it may be down to zero by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will become even more partisan, less
Look
a
at that.
deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative
Look at
body
that.
on earth. Go ahead and then we have exit
But it
polls.
is becoming a more diverse.
How about
party.
W.
You should point out
Delirium?
Bernie Moreno is Colombian. Ruben Gallego looks like he's on path to
How about
join the
W.
Senate as well
Delirium in
Arizona.
here?
We have 2 black women from Delaware and Maryland elected
Okay,
tonight.
turn the
so,
CC
while there may
off.
not
I
be
don't know how
political
to.
bipartisanship,
Okay, I
there's a little more
do kind
diversity.
of know how to.
All right, John Dickerson with
That
some
was
exit
easier than I
polls
thought.
for us.
Let's take a look at
Type
why
shit.
the groups that were supporting
shit.
Donald Trump in North Carolina, which has
Maybe
been
a W the
called for him,
Glongster?
men
W the
57 to
Glongster in
42.
here?
Trump won them in North Carolina. That is ahead of his national numbers
Type
with
shit.
men. He's only ahead by 10 points
What's
with
get
men
sketchy?
nationally.
You know what I'm
He
doing.
won by
I'm
15 in
chilling.
North Carolina.
I'm vibing.
White voters with no college degree, he won them 72
Glonk.
to 27.
W. Glonk.
That's larger than his already very large national margin on that. So essentially,
Look at
he's
that.
outperforming himself in North Carolina. He's outperforming his national numbers. New voters, you heard Senator Rubio there talking about new voters. Nationally, Trump is winning with new voters by 7 points. Here, you see him win with new voters by 21 points in North Carolina. So those are some of the exit poll numbers that give us an insight into why he won North Carolina.
Nora, I'm listening to you, John, and I'm thinking about some of the things that we have heard over the course of this campaign, and you'll have to forgive me on some of these, but, you know, from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard, talking about Arnold Palmer. We all remember that comment and the locker room and doing all the Joe Rogan podcasts and the Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at MSG and all of this. I think
gesticulating with the microphone.
The gesticulation at the microphone. That so much of America went, I'm sorry, what is happening? How is that possibly going to appeal to people? And what we're seeing tonight is that it actually is not a turnoff to many people, to many of the male supporters, particularly who sat in MSG and cheered it on. And that was particularly a very bro-y feel, a very dark rally that we all talked about in the wake of it. And the question was, is this going to help Trump expand his base? And what you just said right now, it actually very well may be.
He won bros in North Carolina by 21 points.
I just want to point out, we may be able to show this. In the popular vote right now, Trump has over 59 million and Harris has over 55 million. So he is currently winning the popular vote. When we come back, polls close in Hawaii, and we will continue to follow the latest results. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024 coverage.
With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates. For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch. For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch. With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates. And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch. Breaking news, we have another monumental development, sending it back to you. And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch. For more on this developing story, we go live. With the election heating up, let's send it back to home. For more on this developing. And that's not all. Here's what else is making news today. Over to you, Sketch. For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch. For more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch. For more more on this developing story, we go live to our correspondent, Sketch. With the election heating up, let's send it back to home base for new updates.
News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
I want to make sure that my voice is heard, but also lift up other voices. Hey, give me some love, baby.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
That's CBS there. That's CBS there. Look at that.
I'm Lindsay
coverage
Reiser
here.
at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York
W
with
coverage
coverage
here.
of CBS News America Decides.
If I cover it,
Former
we'll cover
President
it
Trump
together
is leading
here.
in the electoral
Together we'll
counts
cover
as
it.
ballots are still being counted in the battleground states and across the country. CBS's Nancy Cordes is at Vice President Kamala Harris's election night headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy, how is the Harris
gonna do a
campaign
closet
reacting to the
reveal.
numbers they're seeing across the country?
I'm going to do a closet reveal, okay?
Well, Lindsay, the Harris campaign is well aware
Give me a second
of
here.
how worried Democrats across the country are right now. And so the Harris campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has put out a memo trying to reassure nervous Democrats. She said that this is a razor-thin race, but that they still believe that the blue wall, this trio of states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, are all within reach. And she says she's feeling good about what she's seeing. She does caution that there are a lot of outstanding votes in Wisconsin that won't come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. Obviously, we know we won't get some of Pennsylvania's votes in until tomorrow. But this is basically the best she can do to reassure people right now. A short time ago, Jim Clyburn, one of the leading Democrats in the House, a true veteran, expressed his own concerns. He said there is still a path, but it is narrowing. And here at Kamala Harris campaign headquarters at her alma mater of Howard University, the crowd has been extremely muted. They are watching the results come in. They are talking to each other. There's no jubilation whatsoever. They want to learn more.
Nancy, is the campaign giving any further details about when they can stop stressing, essentially when they think this will be a done deal and called?
No, they've said all along that it could be a day, it could be several days. They have always insisted that it was highly unlikely that we would know the outcome on election night. So that's something that they have been preparing their supporters for some time. What they hadn't prepared their supporters for was the possibility that they might be lagging in so many of these battleground states. They had been arguing that they had a chance of sweeping them just 12 to 24 hours ago.
Nancy Cordes, thank you so much. You're watching CBS News America Decides.
When you need your sports in us now, we're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ. Find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are. Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jills. You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night headquarters here in New York. It is midnight on the East Coast, 9 p.m. on the West Coast so far. A big night for Republicans and Donald Trump. CBS News projects the former president has already won North Carolina, a key battleground, and the Senate is lean Republican at this hour. Polls are closed in almost the entire country. Only Alaska is still voting, but of course, ballots are still being counted in many states across the nation. Here's where we stand at this hour in the race to 270. Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 176 electoral votes. And let's take a look at the blue wall states. Harris campaign manager saying she still believes there is a path to victory with the blue wall states. CBS News rates the states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin as toss-up at this hour. And along the southern route of battleground states, CBS News characterizes Arizona and Nevada as toss-up at this hour. Georgia, CBS News rates as lean Republican. And as we mentioned earlier, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. My colleague John Dickerson is here and has been studying the exit polls. What accounts for where we are at this point of the night? We should note that all the votes are not in. Things can change. The only state we projected is North Carolina. But where are we?
Well, let's step away for a moment from the exit polls just to think about, no matter what happens with Donald Trump tonight, think of the comeback he has made after the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, in which
Are you ready? House leak number 2.
Want the reveal, okay? Give me a second here.
Kinda hard, kinda hard.
This is my closet here. Look at the jerseys I have here. Look at the collection. Look at the diversity here. Look
Come
at
on
me.
now.
Look at these jerseys.
Come on
Look at
now.
these jerseys. So pretty here.
Look at the closet. Look at the bathroom here.
Not bad. Not bad room here.
Hey, look at that. Okay, it is hard. I'm hard. We're all hard here. We're all hard here. Come on now. Come on now.
Say to me, yeah, he's mouthy, but I'm mouthy.
Zunk is dripping.
Yeah, he doesn't tell the truth, but every politician lies. Yeah, he doesn't represent the values that I hold dear, but that's not what I'm looking for. I want to know, can this person do the job? And time after time after time, it came back to immigration, really hard on immigration, and the economy. But when I asked, who would you trust to babysit your children? Nobody. Only one person chose Donald Trump.
If you want to see those videos, you got to join the Twitter community.
When you put it in that context, I'd like to know what that says about us as a country. What does this mean? John, is it a brand new party? Is it a brand new day? And we should also say nobody has 270 yet either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the Harris campaign is still nauseously optimistic, but I bet they're getting a little sicker now as the night progresses.
There is this realignment, to pick up on what John was saying, that we are watching play out in terms of who's turning up to vote, but we are looking at a globe that is realigning too. There is a disorientation. There is, from the commander-in-chief question, who is going to take office at a time when the world is watching this election tonight to see who they will be dealing with, when they're looking at the largest land war in Europe underway, when they're looking at the expansion of that, they're looking at a Mideast on fire, they're looking at an aggressive China. And we are going to be digesting this as a planet when we wake up tomorrow morning to figure out what's next. A third of the world has had a female leader. This country has not. And tonight, this is also a test of whether a woman could be a commander-in-chief of this country elected in a very short runway of an election against a man who has presented himself, despite what his national security advisors say, as about strength, as about he puts fear in other people, therefore you won't see that realignment or that threat around the world come to these shores. That's the package he's selling in his national security argument. And it's just something to chew on tonight as we wait to see who gets to 270. There are just some major tests that go, I think, beyond this moment when we talk about gender, when we talk about, projections of power and America's role in the world.
I know, but you look at the exit polls. Harris overwhelmingly wins when people say they want their president to have good judgment. Trump overwhelmingly wins support when you say you're looking for someone who could lead and who can bring much-needed change.
Can't hear you talk about.
All right, let's bring in Robert Costa on this matter. Robert?
Some new reporting from former President Trump's inner circle at Mar-a-Lago tonight. It is just past midnight on the East Coast. People close to Trump tell me, just in the last few minutes, that it is notable that he has not yet made a statement. He is holding back from making remarks tonight, because there is a growing sense inside of Trump's inner circle at the highest ranks of the campaign that tonight is shaping up well for Trump. The vote is still being counted. But there was talk early on, as we discussed, former chief strategist Steve Bannon and others urging Trump to get out there and declare victory. He has not done that yet because there is a belief that he could win it within the next 6 to 12 hours outright. They're not betting that yet, but they're holding him back. And he's telling people behind the scenes he feels very good that Republicans are turning out. When I spoke to him just before we went to air, he said immigration, more than anything, is overwhelming this race. He believes, in his view, that by focusing on border security, he wins over people who might have questions about his character, his conduct, January 6th. But the way he's framing the country as an argument, casting the Biden-Harris administration as a bleak place that's managing a country in decline, he believes if he hammers that and immigration, he could win. That was his bet from day one of this campaign. And there's a belief inside Trump's campaign tonight that it could be paying off.
Do you think he'll still say, Bob, the election was rigged?
If he wins?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it, too. I doubt it, too.
It is still early in the night with a number of votes to be counted. Let's go now to Major Garrett at the data desk because we have not projected 6 of those 7 battleground states. We want to know what we see as those votes are coming in. Major?
So, Nora and team, there are toss-up status for Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That is a fact. We have not changed or altered our projections. But there are trends within the toss-up designation that we must look at and look at closely. I'm going to start in Wisconsin. I'm going to move across the so-called blue wall. Let's look at Wisconsin. I'm only going to show you one thing. What Kamala Harris needs, the vice president needs, to prevail in Wisconsin and capture its 10 electoral votes. You see that, 56%. What does our estimate reveal? 45%. That is a substantial gap. Let's now go next door to across the lake to Michigan. All right, same question. What does Kamala Harris need? And we're talking about this in the sense that this is what her campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has said is the place that this is a still winnable race. 52% in Michigan, outstanding vote. What is our CBS News estimate of the outstanding vote that she was likely to capture? 48%. That's a 4% gap. It is not catastrophic, but it is not a positive directional indicator. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Again, the same basic question. What does the vice president need, and what do we project? 57% is the need, 53% is the CBS News current estimate. with 85% of the vote in. These are trend lines beneath the toss-up designation. And these are not trend lines that augur well for the Harris campaign. And to Bob's point, that is why at Mar-a-Lago, the Trump inner circle believes what they have always said has come to fruition, that Trump is a turnout machine. If he was polling equally in this race, as he was in all the battleground states, he was going to overperform, even if it's just a tick or two, and that would make him highly competitive in every single battleground state. That is the trend beneath the toss-up designation we're seeing playing out right now.
That is quite illustrative. Major Garrett, thank you. And Caitlin Huey-Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Trump headquarters. And Caitlin, what are you hearing?
W-Stream, we hit 4 hours.
Hey, Nora, good to be with you. Well, Major just mentioned Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's home state essentially is here in Florida, but he had essentially taken up residency in Pennsylvania. I have been on the road with him all year. I've been to Pennsylvania at least once a week for the past 6 weeks. That is so centerpiece to their campaign. But I would also note that I covered Trump's first ever rally in New Hampshire, the first day that he was a candidate, and also covered his last rally as a presidential candidate last night. And in those intervening years, he has not changed a bit. And that's important because Trump's theory of the case has been that the American people, and especially the Republican Party, would come on board with his ideas, no matter his style. And that has served him well in the Republican primary. And their theory of the case was that there was 11% or so of the electorate that wasn't engaged in politics, wasn't watching the same media as the rest of the country, and to kind of tap into Trump's style would be able to pull those voters in. Now, that was a huge gamble. They were depending and are depending on those low propensity voters, but they felt like those two issues would make the deal. And I can't underscore enough how immigration has been centerpiece and the closing argument to Trump's campaign this time around and for nearly a decade.
I'm
Caitlin Huey-Burns. And coming up, we're going to talk with someone who knows Donald Trump well. CBS News America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Should we leak the house again? Should we leak the house again? Play Liars Bar. When did you start controlling the stream?
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruct.
Prize Picks, use code SKETCH. Use code SKETCH. Prize Picks, use code SKETCH. Look at that. Liars Bar! Yo, you don't drive this train. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do here? What should I do? Really, what should I do? Okay, no! House leaks. Leak the house? House leaks? If I see enough leak the house, I will do it. Not the address, but show more of it. I don't see it! I really don't see it! Bro! Alright, I'm giving you a full tour of it tomorrow. W-Stream, I love you so much. I love you so much. Do you love me? I love you so much. I love you.